to meet the needs of domestic automakers churning out electric vehicles. The center has encouraged private firms to mine critical minerals overseas. Speaking to reporters on the sidelines of an event, Union Minister G Kishan Reddy said the center has given the nod to domestic private companies to mine rare earth minerals in foreign shores. The move is significant, coming as it does amid tightening control on global supply chains for rare earth minerals by China. The minister said the center was actively encouraging private firms to mine rare earth overseas and bring back critical minerals to meet the needs of the domestic auto industry. The move further assumes significance as Prime Minister Narendra Modi got a critical rare earth deal with Ghana on his recent state visit to skirt Chinese export controls. The domestic automakers have of late been flagging a supply squeeze of rare earth minerals which are critical to the manufacture of electric vehicles.
We are taking a very short break. Coming up ahead, sports news. India tightened their grip on the second test against host England in Birmingham on Thursday. This after skipper Shubman Gill set a new world record, becoming the first Indian test captain to score a double century. Also, Liverpool forward Diogo Jota has died in a car accident in Spain at the age of 28. All the big sports stories coming up ahead. Stay with us.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elon.
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to people.
Sports news now. India tightened their grip on the second test against England in Birmingham on Thursday, all thanks to a historic knock by skipper Shubman Gill. The young captain became the first Indian test skipper to score a double century on English soil. And in the process, he also shattered Sachin Tendulkar's record for the highest individual test score by an Indian against England. A marathon innings that has put India firmly on course to level the series. Here's a report.
India took a firm grip of the second test against hosts England on day 2 in Birmingham. A record-setting double done by Shubman Gill in just his second test as captain put the visitors on the driver's seat at Edgbaston. Supported ably by Ravindra Jadeja, skipper Gill scored a mammoth 269 to effectively bat England out of the test. Jadeja, however, fell 11 short of a deserved century at 89. The Indian innings closed at 587 for the loss of 10 wickets after England skipper Ben Stokes won the toss and put the visitors into bat. Facing a Herculean task of overhauling the Indian total, England lost 2 wickets early in the innings. Ben Duckett, who scored a match-winning century for the hosts in the opening Leeds test, fell for a duck, and the seasoned Ollie Pope too perished for no score. Both the wickets fell to paceman Akashdeep, who came into the Birmingham Test in place of Jasprit Bumrah. England lost another wicket in the form of opener Zach Crawley before Harry Brook and the talismanic Joe Root steered them safely to the close of play. The visitors will eye further inroads into the English lineup going into day 3.
Time to take a break, and coming up ahead, a trade deal between India and the United States is likely to be finalized in the next 24 hours, with the negotiations between Washington DC and New Delhi continuing. And also coming up ahead, after Ghana Prime Minister Modi is in Trinidad and Tobago and he receives a Guard of Honor and meets the Indian diaspora. Details on those two big stories that we are tracking today and much more after a short break. Stay with us.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know well in advance what they are up to. These kind of intelligence gathering activities were on earlier also, but they were not very organized on military scale. You see, earlier we had some satellites which ISRO had launched. We had cartograph series of satellites. We had RISAT.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 8 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Tune into our Positive Influencer program where we celebrate the power of good vibes and uplifting stories. We are on the hunt for talented individuals who are making a difference in their communities, and we want you to be a part of it. Drop in your videos showcasing your passion, creativity and positive impact, and you could be featured on our show. Whether you're a student, artist, activist or simply someone with the heart of gold, we want to hear from you. Join our mission to amplify the good, share the love and inspire a wave of positivity across the nation. Send us your videos now and get ready to shine on the Positive Influencer program. With that, let's get started with the headlines at 8 a.m. A trade deal between India and US is likely to be finalized in the next 24 hours with negotiations between Washington DC and New Delhi currently underway. National Herald hearing is set to continue today in a Delhi court. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi have been named in the charge sheet along with two firms. Astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla is all set to address students and scientists from the ISRO Space Research Organization today at 3 p.m.
They were not just migrants, they were messengers of a timeless civilization. Their contributions have benefited this country.
After Ghana, Prime Minister Modi arrives in Trinidad and Tobago, receives Guard of Honor and meets the Indian diaspora. Sources say the Royal Navy F-35 stuck in Kerala for the last 19 days, likely to be transported back to UK in a C-17 transport aircraft. We have some big breaking news coming in, viewers, and this in regards to the big beautiful bill of Donald Trump, because the US House has passed the big beautiful bill, and addressing the crowd, US President Donald Trump said, the one big beautiful bill will deliver the strongest border on earth, the strongest economy on earth, the strongest military on earth. And Trump further added, it's been 165 days since assuming the president's office and the US is on a winning streak. Let's listen in to US President Donald Trump after the House has given its final nod for the big beautiful bill.
Very simply, the one big beautiful bill will deliver the strongest border on earth, the strongest economy on earth, the strongest military on earth, and ensure the United States of America will remain the strongest country anywhere on this beautiful planet of ours. 165 days into the Trump administration, America is on a winning streak like, frankly, nobody's ever seen before in the history of the presidency.
Moving on, viewers, as the annual Kawad Yatra approaches, a major identity controversy has surfaced in Uttar Pradesh's Muzaffarnagar. A dhaba employee who initially identified himself as Gopal has now been revealed as Tajamul, leading to a political outrage and calls for investigation. Watch this report to know more.
Just days ahead of the Kawad Yatra, one of the region's biggest religious gathering, a massive row has erupted in Muzaffarnagar, Uttar Pradesh. At the center of row is an eatery called the Panditji Vaishno Dhaba. In that eatery is a worker who went by the name Gopal, only that wasn't his name. The man's real name is Tajmul, and he claims he was forced to assume a Hindu identity to keep his job at the dhaba. In a video that has now gone viral, Tajmul says he arrived at the eatery 3 months ago without an ID. He was told to go by the name Gopal, a name given, he says, to avoid controversy during the Kavod season. He has even alleged that he was harassed, beaten and humiliated when people suspected his identity. He was asked to show his Aadhaar card and even unzip his pants as proof. A political row has now erupted. Listen in to what SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav had to say.
क्योंकि जो उनकी बदनामी हुई है बीजेपी की, जो बदनामी हुई, अब उस बदनामी से निकले बाहर कैसे? तो इसलिए वो लगातार ऐसे लोगों को तैयार करते हैं, प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं, साजिश करते हैं, जो षड्यंत्र होगा। ये जो जसवंत नगर का है, मुझे जानकारी नहीं है किस गांव की घटना है, किन लोगों ने ये काम किया है। कई नकली लोगों को बनाया जाएगा।
As outrage spread, more voices have emerged from the same dhaba. Another worker, Suman, claims that the multiple Muslim employees were using Hindu aliases. Zubair was working as Rajveer and Sonavar as Sonu. These claims have sparked massive backlash, especially among locals who feel deceived. More so because the dhaba carried a religious identity and was operating during a Hindu pilgrimage. Some groups allege that it was a deliberate attempt to fool customers, while others believe the workers were coerced out of fear. But the question lingers. How could the owner be completely unaware of such a serious issue at her own establishment? With the communal tension simmering and the Kavod Yatra approaching, local authorities may soon be forced to intervene. For now, the dhaba stands at the center of a growing storm over faith, identity and trust.
Moving on, viewers, a building block of the Government Medical College Hospital in Kerala's Kottayam has collapsed, and it has also claimed the life of a woman while injuring a few others. And the death has triggered an outrage, with people now demanding the resignation of Kerala's health minister, whose comments delayed the rescue operation at the collapsed site. Here's more to this story.
A building block of Government Medical College Hospital in Kerala's Kottayam collapsed on Thursday. The tragic incident claimed the life of one woman and injured 2 others. The accident occurred at around 11 a.m. when the washroom area of the 14th ward of the hospital collapsed. The deceased was identified as 56-year-old Bindu, who has accompanied her daughter to the hospital. Her death has triggered outrage as rescue operations allegedly lost pace due to the officials' negligence. Health Minister Veena George and Corporation Minister V.N. Vasavan had claimed that the building was abandoned and ruled out chances of people being under the debris. A huge row has now erupted over the blatant negligence. Congress leader V.D. Sadisan slammed the Health Minister. Listen in to what he had to say.
Unfortunately, after the incident, the Health Minister told to the media person that this is a closed building, nobody is inside. So there was no rescue operation. For 2 hours, there was no rescue operation. She brought this situation. The entire state, Health Kerala is in a bad shape, very vulnerable shape. She is responsible for that. She is only doing the PR propaganda only. But the health situation in the state, contagious diseases are increasing. And the entire health situation is in trouble. She is in a vulnerable position. So she has to resign.
Kerala Congress President Sunny Joseph also commented on the accident, demanding justice for the victim. Protests have erupted over the death, with the Youth League blocking the roads and demanding for the resignation of the Health Minister. As the protests continue, further rescue operations are underway.
Viewers, the sacred Amarnath Yatra continues in full spirit under the watchful eyes of our forces, and the second batch of pilgrims has arrived at the Nanwan base camp in Pahalgam amid elaborate security arrangements and also facilities that have been provided for these pilgrims. Here's a complete report from Ground Zero.
The spiritual journey to the Amarnath Cave Shrine continues as the second batch of pilgrims has now reached the Nanwan base camp in Pahalgam. Security forces are maintaining a tight vigil along the Yatra route with multiple checkpoints and CCTV surveillance in place.
एज पर ट्रैफिक प्लान ही जो हम लोगों ने ग्राउंड पे जो अपना नफरी या ऑफिसर्स अहदेदार हमने लगाए हैं, और आप देखें हम लोगों ने एक तो डाइवर्शन जो है आप पीछे सर्बल भी दिया वो मेंटेन्ड है और सिंगल लाइन में ही चल रहे हैं, सो दैट एक ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन फ्री रहे और हैसल फ्री जो मूवमेंट रहे और यात्रीगण जितने भी हैं और उनको कोई असुविधा ना हो, उसके साथ साथ जो भी यहाँ पे लोकलाइट्स हैं उनको भी कोई असुविधा ना हो। इसीलिए हम लोगों ने एक प्लान जो डिवाइस किया उसी के मुताबिक हम लोग यहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं और आई हैव गिवन डायरेक्शन टू माई ऑल द ऑफिसर राइट फ्रॉम माई कांस्टेबल अप टू DYSP that they have to follow the guidelines which we have been providing them and which we have been instructing.
Armed forces are patrolling the route, scanning vehicles, drones up in the sky and CCTV monitors in site control rooms. Both Nanwan and Baltal base camps, medical services, food supplies and shelters have also been made available. Meanwhile, doctors are attending to pilgrims. Langars and tents have also been set up across the camp.
Second batch of Yatris has arrived at Kashmir Valley, and you can see that the large gathering of the devotees has reached the Nanwan base camp and also the Sonmarg's Balthal in the Kashmir Valley. Different lanes have been made by the administration for the smooth conduct of the security check here in the Kashmir Valley. Particularly, we have recently seen that the terror attack in the Pahalgam, but then after we have seen that the multiple security checkpoints, in fact the special checkpoints have been established at the various locations, including the CRPF, SSB, Jammu Kashmir Police and other security forces are on ground.
Brimming with devotion, the Yatris began their trek towards the holy cave shrine early today morning, marking yet another chapter in this annual spiritual journey.
बहुत बढ़िया सुविधा है, जयपुर से मैं दूसरी बार आ रहा हूँ, बहुत बढ़िया व्यवस्था है, कोई परेशानी नहीं हुई है।
दूसरी बार आज आप आ रहे हैं?
दूसरी बार आया हूँ।
कुछ आपको चेंज लग रही है, कुछ पॉजिटिव चेंज?
पहले से कुछ चेंज है, बढ़िया।
क्या लग रहा है आपको?
पहले से बढ़िया लग रहा है।
आते समय थोड़ा डर लग रहा था कि कैसे जाएंगे, कैसे होगा। अभी जो सब सिंदूर ऑपरेशन हुआ उसके बाद में थोड़ा सा घबराहट थोड़ी तो थी, बट यहाँ पे आने तक आज जो हम यहाँ पहुँचे 4 दिन का सफ़र करके, तो लग रहा है कि नहीं, सच में जो सिक्योरिटी हमें मिल रही है बहुत ही प्राउड फील हो रहा है।
As the journey of faith unfolds, authorities remain vigilant to ensure the safety and comfort of every pilgrim.
Moving on, viewers, after Delhi Environment Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa announced that the government has put on hold its policy barring fuel for end-of-life vehicles, AAP leaders have criticized the BJP for taking a U-turn over its fuel ban policy for old vehicles and accused them of troubling people and colluding with manufacturers. Take a look.
Soon after, Delhi government reconsidered the policy on fuel ban for end-of-life vehicles.
दिल्ली के लोगों को जो कठिनाइयां 10 साल की बीमारी कारण आ रही हैं, उनकी गाड़ियों को जब्त किया जा रहा है। इन सब के लिए वो जो भी करना पड़ेगा, एड़ी चोटी तक तो उनका अगर जोर लगाना पड़ेगा तो वो भी लगाएंगे। हम दिल्ली के वातावरण को भी साफ करेंगे और दिल्ली की गाड़ियों को भी नहीं जब्त होने देंगे। ये हमारी दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री रेखा गुप्ता जी का दिल्ली के लोगों के साथ संकल्प है।
A political war of words has erupted. AAP leader and leader of opposition Atishi questioned the BJP government for taking a U-turn over its fuel ban policy for overage vehicles. The AAP leader criticized the BJP, accusing them of troubling people and colluding with car manufacturers. Atishi asked if the BJP is running a government or a panchayat in Fulera.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली में सरकार चला रही है, ये फुलेरा की पंचायत चला रही है। समस्या है कि प्रदूषण को कम करना है। समाधान ये नहीं है कि 10 साल के बाद सड़क से गाड़ी को हटा दो। आखिर कोई ऐसी गाड़ी भी तो हो सकती है जो 10 साल में मात्र 50,000 किलोमीटर चली हो। कुछ ऐसी गाड़ियां भी हो सकती हैं जो 5 साल में 2-3 लाख किलोमीटर चल रही हों। इसलिए 10 साल के बाद ऑटोमेटिक गाड़ी हटा देना बिल्कुल बेतुका इलॉजिकल और निराधार फैसला है।
Earlier in the day, the Delhi government had written to the Commission of Air Quality Management saying the fuel ban on overage vehicles is not feasible due to technological challenges. Addressing a press conference, Delhi Environment Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa said that there was discontent among people due to this move. Sirsa slammed the previous AAP government for its strong norms on overage vehicles. The Delhi government, meanwhile, has put a pause on its controversial order after facing the public outrage.
Viewers, religious preacher and the Pitadishwar of Bageshwar Dham, Acharya Dhirendra Shastri, has spelled out his wish ahead of his upcoming birthday celebrations. And the popular preacher said he doesn't want his followers to shower him with gifts on his birthday. Instead, he has only requested them to recite Hanuman Chalisa in the name of India. Here's a quick report.
Religious preacher Acharya Dhirendra Shastri has spelled out his wish ahead of his upcoming birthday celebrations. The Pitadishwar of Bageshwar Dham has said he doesn't want any gifts or presents on his birthday. He said his only birthday wish was for his followers to chant the Hanuman Chalisa in the name of the country. The 28-year-old preacher, who commands an enviable following across the country and beyond, will turn a year older on July 4th. Acharya Shastri said if his followers want to gift him on his birthday, they should give him bricks to build a facility for cancer patients. The preacher was in the headlines recently after Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav accused him of taking Rs 50 lakh under the table for his religious events. The big charge followed an assault on 4 non-Brahmin Kathavachak or religious storytellers in Uttar Pradesh's Itawa.
Viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. Chess prodigy D Gukesh has stunned world number 1 Magnus Carlsen again with the black pieces in round 6 of the Grand Chess Tour Super United Rapid. Gukesh has seized a winning position and pushed it home, handing Carlsen a rare and a very convincing defeat. And this win gives Gukesh a perfect 10 points from 12 and the sole lead as day 2 concludes. And the teenager is absolutely on fire because the world number 1 has been defeated yet again in the Grand Chess Tour Super United Rapid in Zagreb. And the victory is especially significant because Gukesh, playing with the black pieces, not only secured a win but did so with remarkable precision and confidence. In round 6 of the tournament, he managed to capitalize on a critical moment, putting Carlsen on the back foot and ultimately taking the full point with a checkmate. Time for us to get you up to speed with the other top stories from across the nation. Several pilgrims and visitors were stranded and waited anxiously for rescuers to clear the debris after a landslide struck Sonprayag on Kedarnath Road. Overseeing the ongoing rescue operations in the affected stretch, Rakendra Singh, the SHO of Sonprayag, said falling debris from the landslide on account of heavy overnight showers cut off the Munkatia on Sonprayag. He also said 1,500 to 2,000 people have already been rescued in the ongoing operations.
एक्चुअली ये जो है ये रात को ज़्यादा बारिश होने के कारण ये रात को ही गिरा था। रेस्क्यू करीब जो है 1500 से 2000 के बीच जिनके द्वारा यात्रा की जा चुकी है और कुछ जो जाने वाली यात्री हैं 15 से 2000 के बीच में इनके हमारे द्वारा रेस्क्यू किया गया। यात्रा कंटिन्यू है और जगह जगह हमारी फोर्सेज है, सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से फोर्सेज लगी हुई है और उस हिसाब से हम लोग जेसीबी थोड़ी रास्ता चौड़ा कराने के बाद फिर यात्रा सुचारू रूप से चालू करवा दी जाएगी।
Rajya Sabha will convene for its 268th session on July 21st, which is a Monday, and the session was officially notified on Thursday, saying that the members have been informed of the upcoming session on the official portal, unless subject to future changes. The sittings of the 268th session of the Upper House will begin from 11 a.m. and end at 1 p.m. and the next sitting from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Yoga Guru and President and also spiritual head of Parmat Niketan Ashram, Swami Chidanand Saraswati, performed a special aarti praying for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's successful visit to the Caribbean island of Trinidad and Tobago. Punjabi singer and former BJP MP Hansraj Hans was also present for the special aarti. SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav hit out at the ruling BJP in Uttar Pradesh over its corridor for the upcoming Kawad Yatra, calling it a huge mistake, claiming that the Yogi government was merely after appropriating credit. Akhilesh also questioned the arrangements for the upcoming pilgrimage. The SP chief said the government should have made corridors in a way to not only ensure security for the pilgrims but also keep that fate beyond the realm of questions.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी से बहुत बड़ी गलती हुई है जिस तरीके से उन्होंने कॉरिडोर बनाए हैं। मान लीजिए वाराणसी में कॉरिडोर बनाया, उसकी वाहवाही लूटना चाहते हैं। वृंदावन में पैसे कमाने के लिए कॉरिडोर बनाना चाहते हैं। तो आखिरकार कावड़ यात्रा के लिए, कावड़ियों के लिए उन्होंने विशेष सुविधा क्यों नहीं दी? उनके आस्था पर, उनके पूजा पाठन के लिए, स्वच्छता के लिए आखिरकार उन्होंने कोई इंतजाम क्यों नहीं किया?
Hailing the turnout of devotees for the ongoing Amarnath Yatra, BJP's Kishwar MLA Shagun Pariyar said the pilgrims were no longer afraid of anyone. She said any nefarious attempt by Pakistan to disrupt the event will fail in the light of elaborate arrangements that have been made for the annual pilgrimage to the cave shrine.
अमरनाथ यात्रा में लाखों श्रद्धालु जो है वो जा रहे हैं। ये इस बात का प्रतीक है कि हमारे जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग अब किसी से डरने वाले नहीं हैं। जो भी पाकिस्तान ये साजिशें कर रहा है, ये साजिशें नाकामयाब होंगी और इसमें हम स्पेशली शुक्रिया करते हैं हमारे गवर्नर, लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर मनोज सिन्हा जी का, जिन्होंने छड़ी यात्रा को वहाँ से रवाना किया। जिन पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादियों ने साजिश की थी यात्रा को अस्त व्यस्त करने की, उनको जवाब मिल चुका है और ये जवाब हमको हमारी फोर्सेस ने दिया, हमारे एलजी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने दिया और जम्मू कश्मीर के सभी लोग।
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you about how close India and US are to sign a trade deal. The next 24 hours are very, very crucial. The negotiations are underway. Along with this, we'll also tell you about the Royal Navy F-35 stuck in Kerala, which is likely to be transported back to the UK in a C-17 transport aircraft. Stay tuned for more details on the other side.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elon.
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out.
A trade deal between India and US is likely to be finalized in the next 24 hours. Negotiations are underway between Washington and New Delhi. National Herald hearing is all set to resume today in Delhi court. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi have been named in the charge sheet along with two firms. Astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla will interact with school students and scientists today at 3 p.m.
They were not just migrants, they were messengers of a timeless civilization. Their contributions have benefited this country.
After Ghana, PM Modi arrives in Trinidad and Tobago, receives Guard of Honor and meets Indian diaspora. Sources say that Royal Navy F-35 stuck in Kerala for the last 19 days, likely to be transported back to UK in C-17 transport aircraft. A very good morning, viewers. It's 8:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Our focus remains on the international top stories. First up, Thailand, the country that's facing a severe political turmoil after Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra was suspended over her leaked phone call with Cambodian Senate President Hussein over a border dispute, has gotten a new Prime Minister yesterday. Phumtham Wechayachai, a longtime ally of former PM and her father, is now sworn in as the new Thailand Prime Minister, along with other nominated cabinet ministers. Here's the report.
Days after Thailand Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra was suspended over her leaked phone call with Cambodian Senate President Hun Sen, a long-time ally of former PM Shinawatra's father Phumtham Wechayachai, sworn in as the new Thai Prime Minister on Thursday. He was previously serving as the Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister in the former Prime Minister Shinawatra's cabinet. Along with the new Prime Minister, a new cabinet of ministers was also sworn in. Interestingly, the now suspended Prime Minister Shinawatra also returned to the new Thai cabinet, now holding only the portfolio of the Ministry of Culture. Ahead of the swearing-in ceremony, the new ministers arrived at the government house in official uniform before departing in vehicles to Duset Palace in Bangkok to receive the endorsement from King Maha Vajiralongkorn. At the ceremony, Deputy Prime Minister Surya, who was the acting Prime Minister in the interim, led the new cabinet members. Reacting over the recent political turmoil in the country, the new Thai PM told reporters not to be too negative about recent events. He asserted that he would keep things running and denied that recent events showed instability within the government.
สะท้อนว่าแบบไม่มีรัฐบาลไม่มีวันนี้อันนี้เกิดขึ้นเป็นเรื่องปกติของฝ่ายที่เกิดขึ้นได้นะครับอย่าไปมองว่าอันนี้เท่ากับตัวคนเดียวคือมองอย่ามองลบเกินไปนะครับมองลบเกินไปเหมือนกับมันไม่มีความหวังเลยนะครับไปมอง
The recent change in country's top political brass comes after now suspended Thailand Prime Minister Shinawatra faced growing dissatisfaction over her handling of a border dispute with Cambodia, including an armed confrontation in May in which a Cambodian soldier was killed. The situation escalated after a phone call with Cambodian Senate President Hun Sen was leaked, in which she attempted to diffuse tensions.
ខ្ញុំសូមអំពាវនាវបងប្អូនជនរួមជាតិទាំងអស់ទាំងមូលរួមសាមគ្គីជុំវិញរាជរដ្ឋាភិបាលផ្សារភ្ជាប់និងផ្ដល់ការគាំទ្រដល់កងកម្លាំងប្រដាប់អាវុធដើម្បីពង្រឹងខឿនការពារជាតិរបស់ប្រជាជនឲ្យកាន់តែរឹងមាំខ្ញុំសូមយកឱកាសនេះ
Facing backlash, critics accused her of appeasing to Cambodian leader and damaging Thailand's image and interests. Subsequently, the Constitutional Court of Thailand voted unanimously on Tuesday to review a petition accusing Shinawatra of a breach of ethics and voted to immediately suspend her until it issues its ruling. Court also gave the former Thai Prime Minister 15 days to give evidence to support her case.
ว่าดิฉันตั้งใจทำเพื่อประเทศชาติเพื่อรักษาไว้ซึ่งอธิปไตยของเราเพื่อรักษาไว้ซึ่งชีวิตของกองทัพของทหารทุกๆคนเพื่อสันติภาพนะคะที่จะเกิดขึ้นในประเทศของเรานะคะดิฉันมั่นใจในสิ่งนี้มากๆแต่วิธีการที่ดิฉันทำเนี่ยอาจจะถูกใจและไม่ถูกใจใครหลายๆคนนะคะ
With the new government now sworn in and Shinawatra making a return as Minister of Culture, the political thriller in Thailand is far from over as the final ruling of the Constitution Court is still impending.
Viewers, the upbeat mood in a busy Chicago neighborhood soon turned grim late last night as a fast-moving vehicle opened fire into a crowd standing outside a nightclub. 4 people died from the gunshot wounds while 14 others were injured. The police are now on the hunt for the shooter. Here's more.
The upbeat mood in a busy Chicago neighborhood turned quickly into horror late night as shots were fired at a crowd from a fast-moving vehicle. A mass shooting in Chicago's River North neighborhood left a tragedy in its wake. 4 people died from gunshot wounds while another 14 were injured. Someone opened fire into a crowd standing outside and then immediately drove away. The shooting apparently happened as people were leaving the Artist Lounge nightclub after an album release party for rapper Mellow Bucks. 3 of the injured were reported to be in critical condition. The police immediately shut down the nightclub after the shooting, with the gunman still at large. The incident sent shockwaves across the city, leaving residents confused and scarred after the shooting. Searches were underway to track down the shooter till last reports.
Viewers, in an anticipated response, the US admonished Iran over a presidential order suspending the country's cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. And it's in its first response to the order issued by the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. The White House has termed the move unacceptable, adding that Iran must extend full cooperation with the international inspectors. Here's more.
Tehran's move to revoke support to the IAEA, the UN-backed nuclear watchdog, drew a furious response from the United States. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian signed off on an executive order on Wednesday suspending the country's cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. The presidential order was seen as a direct fallout of the US airstrikes on key Iranian uranium enrichment facilities on June 21st night. In a widely anticipated response to Tehran's order, the US called it unacceptable. Addressing a press briefing in Washington, D.C., State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce said Tehran must extend full cooperation with the IAEA without any further delay.
It is, we'll use the word unacceptable, that Iran chose to suspend cooperation with the IAEA at a time when it has a window of opportunity to reverse course and choose a path of peace and prosperity. Iran must cooperate fully without further delay.
Iran state media on Wednesday reported the decision by President Pezeshkian.
Iran must fully comply with its safeguards agreement required under the NPT, including by providing the IAEA with information required to clarify and resolve long-standing questions regarding undeclared nuclear material in Iran, as well as provide unrestricted access to its newly announced enrichment facility. We look forward to further detailed reporting from the IAEA about this.
The order followed a law passed by Iran's parliament to suspend cooperation with the IAEA. As Iran's move draws a red eye from the US, it remains to be seen how Israel responds.
Moving on, viewers, the deputy head of the Russian Navy, Major General Mikhail Gudkov, who also led the brigade fighting against Ukraine, was killed in Ukrainian strike in the Kursk region. And the news of his death was confirmed by Russia's Krai governor, saying that Gudkov was killed alongside his deputy and several other Russian soldiers during a combat in Kursk. Here's more.
The deputy chief of the Russian Navy, Mikhail Gudkov, was killed in combat in the country's Kursk region. The announcement was made by governor of the Far Eastern Russian region. The Russian officer was killed alongside 10 other servicemen during a Ukrainian military strike on a command post in Kursk, which shares a border with Ukraine. Gudkov, who had been involved in military operations against Ukraine since the conflict escalation, is one of the highest-ranking Russian officers to be killed in action. The governor expressed his condolences, saying that Gudkov was carrying out his duty as an officer at the time of his death. Gudkov received accolades for bravery in combat, but also faced accusations of war crimes from Kyiv. Gudkov recently led a Marine brigade of Russia's Pacific Fleet engaged in fighting in the Kursk region. The area had seen conflict, with parts temporarily seized by Ukrainian forces in an offensive in August 2024, before Russian forces reclaimed the territory.
Moving on, in June 2025, a heartbreaking wave of deportations from Iran to Afghanistan forced over 256,000 Afghans, including vulnerable families and more than 5,000 unaccompanied children, through the Islam Kala border near Herat, and UNICEF and other partners are tirelessly scaling up critical services like child protection, health and sanitation to support these returnees. Here's the story.
A heartbreaking surge of over 256,000 Afghans, including families and more than 5,000 unaccompanied children, were deported from Iran through the Islam Kala border near Herat, creating a humanitarian crisis. By the last month's end, up to 20,000 people arrived daily, overwhelming fragile border regions and risking lives of thousands in a region that is known for being brutal. UNICEF, taking cognizance of the matter, is urgently scaling up child protection, health, and essential services to support these vulnerable communities. This is what Tajuddin Oewale, UNICEF representative in Afghanistan, had to say with respect to the dismal condition of the returnees.
We've received close to 30,000 individuals returning from Iran into Afghanistan. This number is beyond our capacity. This number is beyond our preparedness planning. 25% of all returns are children, and these are children that need our support. But more importantly for us is the proportion of unaccompanied and separated children in the midst. Since January this year, UNICEF has provided support to close to 4,000 unaccompanied children.
Unlike the mostly single young men deported before, these vulnerable returnees include families, children, arriving in desperate conditions, lacking shelter, food, water, healthcare, and any protection. This influx has fueled an acute humanitarian crisis with profound implications for Afghanistan's fragile border regions, risking lives of marginalized sections of population, especially children. UNICEF is urgently scaling up child protection, health, nutrition, water sanitation, and educational services to provide aid for these vulnerable groups in the Iran-Afghanistan border region. UNICEF claims that it's working closely with local authorities to uphold the dignity and rights of the most vulnerable, especially women and children. As more returnees are expected on the Islam-Kala border, a humanitarian crisis is piling up that the world must take notice of and act before it's too late.
Now, while vast swaths of Europe continues to reel under the impact of a searing heat wave, the Western Balkans are also experiencing record-shattering temperatures and sweltering heat. The mercury rose to 39 degrees Celsius yesterday as locals then immediately flocked to the beach for some respite. Here's how the situation is.
The unprecedented heat wave over vast swathes of Europe has now spread to the Western Balkans. The Western Balkans have been experiencing a heat wave over the past few days, with the temperature rising to 39 degrees Celsius on Thursday. The Serbian Meteorological Society has issued a warning for extreme weather and high temperatures, cautioning people to stay at home and engage in low-energy activities to the extent possible.
Došla sam u prirodu, pravo da vam kažem, da nađem neko mestašce ovde. To je jedini spas, sve ostalo je, znate, veštački i nije baš ni najzdravije.
In Belgrade, people were seen heading to the local beach on the Danube River to find a measure of respite. Entire swathes of Europe have been baking an unusually hot summer heat over the past several days, causing closures of schools, public services, and popular tourist attractions. Health warnings have gone out urging people to avoid spending time outdoors. Portugal, Spain, and England have had the hottest June on record, and similar temperatures have hit France, Italy, and Belgium.
Dozens of migrants and refugees were rescued by an Italian charity on Wednesday in the Mediterranean Sea off the coast of Tunisia, according to the European rescue organization Sea-Watch. A non-profit sea rescue group spotted an ironclad boat adrift near the Tunisian coast with about 50 people on board, including children. Aidan Alexander, an American-born Israeli soldier and believed to be the last living American hostage held in Gaza, arrived at the White House to meet President Donald Trump. The terror group Hamas released Alexander, 21-year-old, on May 12th after 584 long days. Alexander had been in Israel since he was freed before returning home last month. German Foreign Minister Johann Vadefol on Thursday called on China to use its influence on Russia to help end the war in Ukraine after meeting his Chinese counterpart Wang Yi for a bilateral meeting with Berlin. Vadefol told reporters at a joint news conference that he reiterated the importance of China doing everything possible to prevent Russia from obtaining crucial supplies that would assist them in continuing the war against Ukraine. A video shared with the Associated Press overnight shows Florida workers installing a new sign labeled Alligator Alcatraz along the only highway leading to the new immigrant detention center in the Everglades. This location is also outside the entrance of the airfield previously known as the Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport. The facility at an airport used for training will now have a capacity of 3,000 detainees. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has also confirmed the same. Pope Leo XIV spoke publicly about his childhood in Chicago for the first time as pontiff, recalling that from the age of 6, he used to get up early to serve as an altar boy at morning mass before going to school. Leo shared the memories during an unscripted visit with children of Vatican employees who are attending the Holy Seers summer camp. Now, in a push to meet the needs of domestic automakers rolling out electric vehicles, the centre has encouraged private firms to mine critical minerals overseas. In a major statement of intent amid the race for rare earth materials and minerals, Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy said the centre has given the nod to private companies to mine rare minerals offshore. Here's more to that story.
As the race for the rare earth minerals intensifies, India is determined not to fall behind. The centre has announced a big move to meet the needs of domestic automakers churning out electric vehicles. The centre has encouraged private firms to mine critical minerals overseas. Speaking to reporters on the sidelines of an event, Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy said the centre has given the nod to domestic private companies to mine rare earth minerals in foreign shores. The move is significant, coming as it does amid tightening control on global supply chains for rare earth minerals by China. The minister said the centre was actively encouraging private firms to mine rare earth overseas and bring back critical minerals to meet the needs of the domestic auto industry. The move further assumes significance as Prime Minister Narendra Modi got a critical rare earth deal with Ghana on his recent state visit to skirt Chinese export controls. The domestic automakers have of late been flagging a supply squeeze of rare earth minerals which are critical to the manufacture of electric vehicles.
The International Labour Organization has lauded India's newly approved employment-linked incentive scheme, calling it a notable policy development to strengthen youth employment and formal workforce participation. On Tuesday, the Union Cabinet cleared the employment-linked incentive scheme to boost job creation, enhance employability and extend social security across sectors with a special focus on manufacturing. Trading activities in the Indian stock exchanges, the BSE and NSE will remain suspended on the occasion of Muharram on either July 6th or July 7th, while the official date that is marked as Muharram is July 6th, and depending on the moon sighting, it may move to July 7th. Segments including currency derivatives, interest rate derivatives, equities, equity derivatives and SLB, which is the securities lending and borrowing, are almost likely to remain suspended. Indigo has appointed Amitabh Kant, former bureaucrat and India's G20 Sherpa, as a non-executive director on its board. Indigo's parent company Interglobe Aviation announced the appointment, saying it plans to leverage Kant's deep experience in public policy, infrastructure development and international diplomacy as it pushes to expand its global network. Women commuters in Bengaluru have been advocating for the reconsideration of bike taxis as there is a severe need for affordable and safe transport options for women. The Karnataka High Court has enforced a statewide ban on bike taxis, and there is an ongoing legal battle regarding the same that has been going on for a long time now. Women commuters have given a plea urging the High Court to reconsider the statewide ban. Two-wheeler major Hero MotoCorp and private lender IndusInd Bank may be excluded from the Nifty 50 in the upcoming reshuffle, which is going to take place in September. And this according to predictions by Nuvama Alternative and Quantitative Research. Hero MotoCorp and IndusInd Bank are likely to be excluded from Nifty 50 as they are observing passive outflows of $244 million and $255 million respectively. Now, India has tightened its grip on the second test against hosts England in Birmingham on Thursday, and this after skipper Shubman Gill set a new record, becoming the first Indian test captain to score a double century on English soil, and he has also set another record while breaking Sachin's earlier record for the highest individual test score against England. Here's more from Birmingham.
India took a firm grip of the second test against hosts England on day 2 in Birmingham. A record-setting double done by Shubman Gill in just his second test as captain put the visitors on the driver's seat at Edgbaston. Supported ably by Ravindra Jadeja, skipper Gill scored a mammoth 269 to effectively bat England out of the test. Jadeja, however, fell 11 short of a deserved century at 89. The Indian innings closed at 587 for the loss of 10 wickets after England skipper Ben Stokes won the toss and put the visitors into bat. Facing a Herculean task of overhauling the Indian total, England lost 2 wickets early in the innings. Ben Duckett, who scored a match-winning century for the hosts in the opening Leeds test, fell for a duck, and the seasoned Ollie Pope too perished for no score. Both the wickets fell to paceman Akashdeep, who came into the Birmingham test in place of Jasprit Bumrah. England lost another wicket in the form of opener Zach Crawley before Harry Brook and the talismanic Joe Root steered them safely to the close of play. The visitors will eye further inroads into the English lineup going into day 3.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you more about the Royal Navy F-35, which is stuck in Kerala. It is likely to be transported back to UK in a C-17 transport aircraft. Along with that, the countdown has begun for astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla's interaction with school students and ISRO scientists at 3 p.m. today. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region. Then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
We'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
This rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Take over, Eli.
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, who wants, not every
मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region. Then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know well in advance.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning. Well, viewers, tune in to our Positive Influencer program where we celebrate the power of good vibes and uplifting stories. We are on the hunt for talented individuals who are making a difference in their communities, and we want you to be part of it. Drop in your videos showcasing your passion, your creativity and positive impact, and you could be featured on our show. Whether you are a student, an artist, an activist or simply someone with a heart of gold, we want to hear from you. So join our mission to amplify the good, share the love and inspire a wave of positivity across the nation. So send us your videos now and get ready to shine on the Positive Influencer program. And now a look at the headlines that we are tracking at this hour. India-US are close to sealing a trade deal in the next 24 hours. Negotiations underway.
They were not just migrants, they were messengers of a timeless civilization. Their contributions have benefited this country.
Prime Minister Modi hails Indian diaspora in Trinidad and Tobago. Prime Minister to be conferred with Trinidad's highest civilian honor. The National Herald hearing is set to resume today in a Delhi court. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi have been named in the charge sheet along with the two firms. Sources say that Royal Navy F-35 was stuck in Kerala for the last 19 days, likely to be transported back to the UK in a C-17 transport aircraft. And astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla will interact with the school students and ISRO scientists today at 3 p.m. Also, US House passes Donald Trump's signature Big Beautiful Bill. Bill advances to the president's desk. And in sports, 19-year-old chess prodigy D Gukesh stuns world number 1 Magnus Carlsen, beats him in the Grand Chess Tour Super United Rapid. And at the top of 9 viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Pakistan, where the Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's aide has admitted that his country's military had only 30 to 45 seconds to determine whether a BrahMos cruise missile fired by India during Operation Sindoor could have a nuclear warhead. Rana Sanullah, who is a close aide to the Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, has revealed that Pakistan's military had just 35 to 40 seconds to determine whether the BrahMos missile launched by India carried a nuclear warhead. All right, let's listen in to what the Pakistan Prime Minister's aide had to say.
नाम क्या था उनके मिसाइल का? हरमूस मिसाइल। जब उन्होंने वो फायर किया और जो आके यहाँ पे नूर खान एयर बेस के ऊपर आगे लगा, तो पाकिस्तान की क़यादत के पास सिर्फ 30 या 45 सेकंड थे। ये यानी एक्नॉलेज या इसको एनालाइज करने में कि ये जो हरमूस मिसाइल आ रहा है, इसके साथ कोई यानी जो है वो एटमी मवाद तो नहीं है, और उन 30 सेकंड में ये फ़ैसला करना कि नहीं है और ये फ़ैसला करना कि है, ये आप देख लें कि ये कितना जो है वो ख़तरनाक बात थी। चले, मैं ये नहीं कहता कि चलो उन्होंने अच्छा किया कि मवाद नहीं था, लेकिन चले अगर इस तरफ जो है वो गलतफहमी हो जाती कि जी ऐसा ही है और इधर से फिर कोई जो है वो एक्शन हो जाता या इसी सूरत में वहाँ से एक्शन हो जाता, तो पूरी दुनिया जो है वो एटमी जंग में जो है वो चली जाती और जो तबाही होती उसका आप अंदाज़ा नहीं कर सकते। नाम क्या था उनके मिसाइल का? हरमूस मिसाइल। जब उन्होंने वो फायर किया और जो आके यहाँ पे नूर खान एयर बेस के ऊपर आगे लगा, तो पाकिस्तान की क़यादत के पास सिर्फ 30 या 45 सेकंड थे। ये यानी एक्नॉलेज या इसको एनालाइज करने में कि ये जो हरमूस मिसाइल आ रहा है, इसके साथ कोई यानी जो है वो एटमी मवाद तो नहीं है, और उन 30 सेकंड में ये फ़ैसला करना कि नहीं है और ये फ़ैसला करना कि है, ये आप देख लें कि ये कितना जो है वो ख़तरनाक बात थी। चले, मैं ये नहीं कहता कि चलो उन्होंने अच्छा किया कि मवाद नहीं था, लेकिन चले अगर इस तरफ जो है वो गलतफहमी हो जाती कि जी ऐसा ही है और इधर से फिर कोई जो है वो एक्शन हो जाता या इसी सूरत में वहाँ से एक्शन हो जाता, तो पूरी दुनिया जो है वो एटमी जंग में जो है वो चली जाती और जो तबाही होती उसका आप अंदाज़ा नहीं कर सकते।
All right, their big statement from the Pakistan Prime Minister's aide there. Meanwhile, let's also talk about the other big story that we are tracking, and that is the breaking news we are bringing to you right now. As per sources, India and the United States interim trade deal is likely to be finalized in the next 24 hours. Now, negotiations are underway in Washington, and India's trade team has extended its stay in Washington last week to iron out key differences as the two sides they are looking to clinch a mini deal before the 9th of July deadline, when the pause on the US tariffs is set to be lifted. Now, India stands firm on agri-red lines as US backs down on core demands. And experts call it a major diplomatic win for India amid global tax trade tensions. So both sides looking for clinching an interim trade deal as the 9th of July deadline is approaching fast. And an interim trade deal between India and the United States is likely to be finalized in the next 24 hours. The negotiations are underway in Washington at the moment. And we remember that India's trade team, which is in Washington right now. They are looking to to iron out key differences, and they have extended their stay in Washington. Remember, the deal is likely in the next 24 hours. And the 9th of July deadline is the key date that everyone is looking at, because this is when the pause on the US tariffs is set to be lifted. Remember, both sides earlier dug in their heels over a lot of issues. Washington is demanding that India opens its market to genetically modified crops, as well as agricultural market and dairy sectors also. And India wants more tariff concessions on its especially labor-intensive exports like footwear, garments, which are basically the major job creators for India. And these were key differences due to which the negotiators are continuing their talks. And the Indian team there, the trade team in Washington, has extended its stay. And after those negotiations continuing, we understand that a trade deal between US and India is likely in the next 24 hours. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Even after 1 month of the deadly Bengaluru stampede, now no compensation has been paid to the victims' family members yet. Remember, RCB announced 10 lakh rupees compensation for the victims' families, and Karnataka State Cricket Association also announced 5 lakh rupees compensation. But what we are understanding at this moment is that no compensation has been provided to the families of the victims. Remember, viewers, the deadly stampede which shook the entire nation claimed the lives of 11 innocent people, and thereafter there were major compensation announcements made by the RCB as well as the Karnataka State Cricket Association, and also by the airline as well. But what we understand is that none of that compensation has been paid. Let's get more updates. My colleague Deepak is now joining us live from the newsroom. Deepak, this is really, really shocking that the 11 people lost their lives in that deadly stampede. And now what we are getting to know is that none of that compensation has been paid. What more updates you can tell us?
That's right, Aishwarya. This is nothing but a breach of public trust, and all these 11 individuals are not just victims of the stampede, but they're ardent fans of RCB, Royal Challengers Bengaluru, because even as Royal Challengers Bengaluru basked in the glory of their success, it was the victims who were left to die outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. 11 innocent lives were snuffed out, and the KCA, after the stampede claimed these lives, had claimed that it would pay a sum of 5 lakh rupees to the families of the victims. And RCB, on the other hand, had also come out with a public announcement on its social media post that it will pay 10 lakh rupees compensation. But it's been 30 days since that announcement was made by RCB and KCA, but the compensation is yet to see the light of the day. 11 lives have been lost in the celebrations of RCB's grand victory, Aishwarya, but it is the fans who are now left in the lurch. And what follows after the announcement, 30 days after the announcement, is nothing but stone cold silence by the RCB. RCB and the KCA are equally responsible for the stampede that claimed the lives of 11 people. They made tall promises that we will compensate the family from RCB Cares funds, but so far it has been 30 days since the stampede claimed the lives of 11 innocent people and RCB fans, and yet there is no compensation. There is not a single word about it from either RCB or KCA, and this silence continues to haunt the people of Bengaluru and also the families of those 11 victims.
Absolutely. RCB and the Karnataka State Cricket Association, they're earning lakhs of money from number of cricket matches that are held, and the fans are flocking to the stadiums, and yet a tragedy occurs and no compensation paid to the victims so far. Thank you. Before we say thank you to Deepak, Deepak, we would also like you to just take us through the entire sequence of events, after the stampede. All right, before that, let's listen into some of the reactions that have been coming in.
The government has not taken any decision about the stampede victims as of now. After my interview with Republic TV, I think they have thought of increasing the stampede victims compensation amount to 25 lakhs. But they are not answering about our demand to transfer the stampede case, the stampede complaint to the CBI. No one is answering about that. And RCB, as of now, I think they announced a compensation of rupees 10 lakh, but as of now, they are not given to anyone. I am surprising, our Karnataka government is giving compensation to a person who has died at Kerala because of some elephant attack. They have given 25 lakhs. But they are not concerned about the young victims who have lost their lives. It is so sad. No one is talking about that, not even the local authorities, local MLAs and the member of parliaments. That is the reason we have united together. All 11 victims' families are decided to take up this issue with the central government. We want the CBI inquiry and the compensation has to be reworked depending upon the status of the victim and the age of the victim and all their family standards.
All right, viewers, now an update on Prime Minister Modi's five-nation visit, and the Prime Minister received a grand welcome in Trinidad and Tobago. Well, he also interacted with the Indian diaspora there and praised their cultural and economical contribution to Trinidad. Here's a full report.
Second leg of Prime Minister Modi's five-nation visit begins as Prime Minister Modi landed in Trinidad and Tobago. Prime Minister Modi was received by his counterpart Kamala Prasad Besesar at the Piarco International Airport, where he was accorded a ceremonial welcome and a guard of honor. Prime Minister Modi interacted with the Indian diaspora in Trinidad and Tobago, hailed Trinidad's Prime Minister Kamala Prasad's Indian roots.
Friends, I know that the journey of the Indian community in Trinidad and Tobago is about courage. The circumstances your ancestors faced would have broken even the strongest spirits. But they faced hardships with hope. They made problems with persistence. They left the Ganga and Yamuna behind, but carried the Ramayana in their hearts. They were not just migrants. They were messengers of a timeless civilization. Their contributions have benefited this country culturally, economically, and spiritually.
And viewers, big breaking news coming in from Bihar. Now, AIMIM chief and MLA Akhrul Iman has now written a letter to Rashtriya Janata Dal chief Lalu Prasad Yadav, asking to include the Hyderabad headquartered party in the Grand Alliance. Now, AIMIM is seeking entry in Bihar polls, and in the letter, AIMIM Bihar chief said that fighting the election together will ensure that secular votes are not scattered, and the Grand Alliance will have a much better chance at forming the next government. So AIMIM is seeking entry in the Bihar polls, and now a letter has been written to Lalu Prasad Yadav so that they be included in the Grand Alliance. And the argument that has been given in the letter is that the secular votes will not be divided. So, Akhrul Iman writing a letter to RJD chief Lalu Prasad Yadav asking to include the party in the Grand Alliance. And in this letter, the AIM, Mr. Iman has said that the fighting the election together will ensure that the secular votes are not scattered and the Grand Alliance will have a much better chance at forming the next government. So far, no decision has been taken as to what RJD and the Congress are willing to do, and whether MIM's entry will be allowed in the Grand Alliance. And Mr. Iman added that not taking a quick decision will be considered a missed opportunity for the RJD. So, whether AIMIM is going to be included in the Mahagathbandhan or the Grand Alliance is something to watch out for. Remember, Simanchal is going to be a key area that all the parties are looking at, especially for the minority votes. And whether these parties can come together, whether they can iron out the differences is something that we have to watch out for. Remember earlier, all right, let's get an opinion on what is happening on the ground and what is really brewing really in the politics in the state. Let's get an update from Prakash, who's joining us for more details. Prakash, now AIMIM has written a letter to Lalu Yadav seeking an entry in the Grand Alliance. What are your sources telling you? What are the voices that are coming out of, especially from the RJD and the Congress party, and whether they are open to the idea?
Well, it's just a pressure tactics from the AIMIM because both the parties, AIMIM as well as the RJD and the Congress party, know that they cannot stitch an alliance between them because the RJD and the Congress feels that the Muslim votes are predominantly on their side, whereas the AIMIM, led by Asaduddin Owaisi, wants to penetrate in the territory of Bihar on a larger scale, specifically among the minorities. They feel that the minorities are supporting them. And specifically, last time in Simanchal, AIMIM had gathered around 5 seats, and those MLAs joined the RJD. Now, they want to put pressure and send a message to the Muslim voters that, look, we tried for alliance between the RJD, with the RJD and the Congress party, but they did not take us into the Mahagathbandhan. And with effect, they want to split the minority voters. So this is just a posturing. And when I spoke to Mukesh Sahni, the BIP president, last time around in my interview, said that we will give 2 seats to the AIMIM, which of course the AIMIM will not be ready for. So this is just posturing and message being sent to the minority voters that, look, we tried for alliance, but it did not work out. So the Muslims should not vote for the RJD and the Congress. And it is nothing else. Back to you.
Right, Prakash, also it'll be very interesting to see that ahead of the 2025 elections, how RJD and Congress are going to retort to this posturing, as you're saying, by the AIMIM, how they are going to convey to their voters if they reject the idea or if they accept the idea, how they are going to project that to their voters is also going to be very interesting.
Muslims have been voting very tactfully, and in India, they only vote for the parties which is in a position to defeat the BJP. We have seen this kind of pattern all across India. So as far as the AIMIM is concerned, last time they won around 5 seats, which was a big penetration in the Simanchal belt. But this time around, because last time Tejasvi Yadav failed to garner a majority by a few seats, so the Muslims vote tactfully. So I wonder, and I'll be surprised if the AIMIM gets the same number of seats this year as well, because the minorities feel that Tejasvi Yadav missed becoming the Chief Minister of Bihar last time by a whisker, so they would be supporting the RJD Congress alliance in a large number this time around. And the last time, 5 MLAs of the AIMIM switched sides to the RJD as well. So it is just pressure tactics with the election year around the corner. This kind of posturing will be done to send a message to their respective voters.
All right, Prakash, thank you so much for those details there. So AIMIM writing a letter to RJD for it to be included in the Mahagathbandhan, the Grand Alliance. But as our reporter has been telling us, it is merely a posturing as the party is looking to extend its control beyond Simanchal area. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Well, the Kishtwar encounter has entered day 3 now. And operations in the Chhatru area of Kishtwar has entered day 3 with the forces carrying out intensified searches in the area. Remember, terrorists are still believed to be trapped in the Kulchal where the encounter started on 2nd of July. We understand that 3 to 4 terrorists are still trapped in the ongoing encounter. The Jaish-e-Mohammed, the terrorists are still holed up. And let's get all the updates. Gursimran, our colleague, is now joining us live for more details. Gursimran, as the light began this morning, we understand that the search operations have continued. The search and cordon operations by the security forces have intensified. And 3 to 4 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists are still holed up. What are you hearing from the ground?
See, if we speak of the situation that is prevailing on the ground, the operations are continuing, a relentless operation for last more than 40 hours. The security forces have circled the group of terrorists. This is a Jaish terrorist group. All the terrorists in this group, which are believed to be 3 to 4 in numbers, they are Pakistani terrorists that are active in this very area of Chhatru for last more than, it was somewhere 1.5 years time. Now what these terrorists are trying to do, these terrorists are trying to change their location from the Chhatru, because what is happening that the security forces have strengthened their security grid in the Chhatru area, and the terrorists are now trying to escape. And while escaping from the area, they have already lost 3 of their associates. 3 terrorists have been killed in the April encounter. There was another encounter, but there the terrorists managed to escape. Here this time 1 terrorist has been injured as per the security forces, and now the relentless operations are continuing. We are told that the senior officials from the Indian Army as well as the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are camping at the operation site. So the seniors are also at the operation site to ensure that the real-time directions are given and these terrorists are neutralized, because this is going to be really very challenging once the terrorists move away from this very area, because they will enter a new bowl, a dense forested area, and then it will be going to be a new level of challenge for the security forces. And that's why the entire focus is being put on this stretch of the Chhatru, especially the Kuchal area, so that the terrorists that are still in this very area, they can be neutralized at an earliest. And the operations are continuing as we speak with Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army Special Operations Group and the CRPF conducting the operations.
All right. Thank you, Gursimran, for all those updates. You keep tracking those developments. We'll keep coming back to you. And viewers, we'll take a very... we'll take a very short break here. News and updates are going to continue. And coming up ahead, a 19-year-old chess prodigy D Gukesh stuns world #1 Magnus Carlsen, beats him in the Grand Chess Tour Super United Rapid. Also, the other big story, we are tracking astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla will interact with the school students and ISRO scientists today at 3 p.m. from the space. All the details on those big stories and much more is lined up. Stay tuned.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
Rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. Just
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, you know?
India and US close to signing a trade deal in the next 24 hours. Negotiations underway.
They were not just migrants, they were messengers of a timeless civilization. Their contributions have benefited this country.
Minister Modi hails Indian diaspora in Trinidad and Tobago. Prime Minister Modi to be conferred Trinidad's highest civilian honor. National Herald hearing is set to resume today in a Delhi court. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi have been named in the charge sheet along with the two firms. Sources say that Royal Navy F-35 was stuck in Kerala for the last 19 days, likely to be transported back to the UK in a C-17 transport aircraft. Astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla will interact with school students and ISRO scientists today at 3 p.m. US House passes Donald Trump's signatures. Big, beautiful bill. Bill advances to the president's desk. "19-year-old chess prodigy D Gukesh stuns world number 1 Magnus Carlsen, beats him in the Grand Chess Tour Super United Rapid." All right, viewers, at the top of 9:30, we have breaking news coming in. Police have recreated the crime scene at the Kasbah Law College early in the morning at around 4 a.m. The main accused in the case, Manojit Mishra, along with Pramit Mukherjee, and the third accused in the case, Jaib Ahmed Khan, were brought to recreate the incident. Also, the arrested security guard, Pinaki Banerjee, was also brought to the scene, and the police reenacted the crime in the guards room and the union room. So investigations continuing in the Kolkata gang rape case, and early this morning the crime scene was recreated by the police. So this happened at in the wee hours today at around 4 a.m. All the three accused, along with the fourth person in the case, and that is the security guard, they were brought to the crime scene, and the entire sequence of events that led to the crime and the gang rape that shook the entire nation was enacted by the police, as all the accused in the case were brought to the crime scene. The entire country stands stunned and shocked with the Kolkata gang rape case, as the details of the case have been emerging. All right, let's get all the updates. My colleague Deepak is now joining us live from the newsroom. Deepak, what updates you can provide us? We understand the entire crime scene was recreated by the police in the morning. What more updates do you have?
That's right, Aishwarya. During the VRs today, the Kolkata police arrived with the main accused, Manojit Mishra, along with Pramit Mukherjee and also Jaib Ahmed Khan. The three accused in the Kolkata gang rape case, they arrived at the law college and they were brought to the scene under tight security to retrace their alleged steps. And the college security guard, Pinaki Banerjee, was also arrested in connection with the case, was also present during the crime scene recreation. And the police, Aishwarya, recreated the incident inside the guard room and also the union room. These are the key locations where the horrific crime is believed to have taken place. The investigators also walked the accused through the timeline to piece together the details and also to verify the statements made so far. Remember, just days ago, the victim, the survivor herself, had participated in the crime scene reconstruction, and it was an incredibly painful but an essential step in helping the investigation move forward. And today's exercise with the accused is also a very, very crucial step in tightening the case and also to ensure that no part of the truth is uncovered. So today, the police, along with the three accused, arrived at the Kasbah College, the guard room, the union room, where the crime is said to have taken place on that fateful day, and they have recreated the crime scene, trying to piece together the puzzle on what exactly happened on that fateful day.
All right, Deepak, thank you for those details there. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that story. Thank you so much. And viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. US President Donald Trump had a phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin. And during the call, the two leaders discussed the Israel-Iran conflict and also the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And Donald Trump stated that no process really was made and progress was made, and he's not satisfied with the discussion that he has had with the Russian president. Here is more on the story.
US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin had a discussion over a phone call on Thursday. The discussion lasted nearly an hour, but Trump expressed that no progress was made.
We had a call. It was a pretty long call. We talked about a lot of things, including Iran. And we also talked about, as you know, the war with Ukraine. And I'm not happy about that.
During the call, President Putin stated that Moscow would achieve its goals in conflict with Ukraine, including elimination of its root causes. Trump reiterated his proposal for a swift ceasefire in Ukraine. On the other hand, Putin emphasized that Russia insists on resolving the conflict through political negotiations.
And viewers, we have breaking news coming in the custodial death in Tamil Nadu. Now, the details are emerging. The post-mortem report by the Madurai Medical College has mentioned that the victim was brought dead on 28th of June at 11:15 p.m. And the report also mentions that 44 external injuries were present on his body. So autopsy report is out, and it mentions that he was brought dead on arrival at the hospital. So the custodial death case has more details have emerged in the case. The post-mortem report of the custodial death victim, Ajit Kumar, has been is out, and it mentions also some injuries, 44 injuries on his body. And viewers, let's get you some more breaking news coming in. The Pakistan Hockey Federation has made its participation in the event conditional on the government approval. Rara Mujaid, who is the Secretary General of the Pakistani Hockey Federation, had previously stated that they would only play the Asia Cup in India if the government granted permission. So Pakistan looking up to play in India. There's been no green signal so far from Pakistan, but it has made its request. Let's get all the updates from Soumya, my colleague who is joining us live. Soumya, what details you can provide us? Pakistan is looking to play the Asia Cup in India. What are the reactions coming in, and what is the Indian Hockey Federation saying?
Yes, so well, Aishwarya, see, at the moment, the development from the Pakistan Hockey Federation side is that they are seeking an approval from their government. So it's on a conditional basis whether they can travel to India altogether or not. So at the moment, it is not even sure that Pakistan Hockey Federation or the Pakistan hockey team will be getting the approval to travel to India altogether or not. So it's again reiterating the fact that it is subject to approval. So on the other side, we have the Indian Hockey Federation issuing a statement saying that they are yet to receive a final answer from the sports ministry. So at the moment, even the Indian Hockey Federation doesn't have an answer whether the Pakistan hockey team will be traveling to India or not. So both sides, if we talk about the Pakistani Hockey Federation, they are waiting for an approval from their government. It's on a conditional basis. And if we talk about the Indian Hockey Federation, they are yet to receive a confirmation. And for that, the sources within the Hockey Federation have to say that the update, the final update, whether the team will be traveling to India or not, there's no set time by when will they get the confirmation. So these are the details that we're picking up at the moment.
All right. Thank you so much, Soumya, for those details. There's a deck's really been cleared by the centre for Pakistan to play in India the Asia Cup, which is a kind of a qualifying match for the World Cup. But we have to wait and watch how developments unfold as far as the participation of the team is concerned, and this coming especially after the Pahalgam attack. And let's move on in the bulletin. Details on Prime Minister Modi's five-nation visit. Prime Minister Modi received a grand welcome in Trinidad and Tobago. He interacted with the Indian diaspora there and praised their cultural and economical contribution in Trinidad. Here's the full story.
Second leg of Prime Minister Modi's five-nation visit begins as Prime Minister Modi landed in Trinidad and Tobago. Prime Minister Modi was received by his counterpart Kamala Prasad Besesar at the Piarco International Airport, where he was accorded a ceremonial welcome and a guard of honor. Prime Minister Modi interacted with the Indian diaspora in Trinidad and Tobago, hailed Trinidad's Prime Minister Kamala Prasad's Indian roots.
Friends, I know that the journey of the Indian community in Trinidad and Tobago is about courage. The circumstances your ancestors faced would have broken even the strongest spirits. But they face hardships with hope. They met problems with persistence. They left the Ganga and Yamuna behind, but carried the Ramayana in their hearts. They were not just migrants. They were messengers of a timeless civilization. Their contributions have benefited this country culturally, economically, and spiritually.
And viewers, more breaking news coming in. Shubhanshu Shukla completes 1 week aboard the International Space Station, and he speaks with his family during off-duty day. Pilot Shubhanshu Shukla, who is a part of the International Axiom Mission 4 crew aboard the International Space Station, completed 1 week in orbit on Wednesday, and he spoke with his family. So Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla has completed 1 week in space. He is aboard the International Space Station. He is also going to interact with the school's students today. He has spoken to his family, and there'll be an live interaction that will be happening at around 3 p.m. and where Shubhanshu Shukla will speak to the school students. He is aboard the International Space Station as part of the Axiom space mission, and the school students will also get an opportunity to speak to him. Remember, Shubhanshu Shukla and 3 other astronauts entered the International Space Station earlier this week, and 1 week now has been completed. And now 1 week has been completed, and there'll be an interaction with the school students there. And all right, let's move on. As the annual Kanwad Yatra approaches, a major identity controversy has surfaced in Uttar Pradesh's Muzaffarnagar. Now, a dhaba employee who was initially identified, he identified himself as Gopal, but he has now been revealed to be Tajanmul, which is leading to political outrage and calls for investigation. Watch this report.
Just days ahead of the Kanwad Yatra, one of the region's biggest religious gathering, a massive row has erupted in Muzaffarnagar, Uttar Pradesh. At the center of row is an eatery called the Panditji Vaishno Dhaba. In that eatery is a worker who went by the name Gopal, only that wasn't his name. The man's real name is Tajmul, and he claims he was forced to assume a Hindu identity to keep his job at the dhaba. In a video that has now gone viral, Tajmul says he arrived at the eatery 3 months ago without an ID. He was told to go by the name Gopal, a name given, he says, to avoid controversy during the Kanwad season. He has even alleged that he was harassed, beaten and humiliated when people suspected his identity. He was asked to show his Aadhaar card and even unzip his pants as proof. A political row has now erupted. Listen in to what SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav had to say.
क्योंकि जो उनकी बदनामी हुई है बीजेपी की, जो बदनामी हुई, अब उस बदनामी से निकले बाहर कैसे? तो इसलिए वो लगातार ऐसे लोगों को तैयार करते हैं, प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं, साजिश करते हैं, जो षड्यंत्र होगा। ये जो जसवंत नगर का है, मुझे जानकारी नहीं है किस गांव की घटना है, किन लोगों ने ये काम किया है। कई नकली लोगों को बनाया जाएगा।
As outrage spread, more voices have emerged from the same dhaba. Another worker, Suman, claims that the multiple Muslim employees were using Hindu aliases. Zubair was working as Rajveer and Sonavar as Sonu. These claims have sparked massive backlash, especially among locals who feel deceived. More so because the dhaba carried a religious identity and was operating during a Hindu pilgrimage. Some groups allege that it was a deliberate attempt to fool customers, while others believe the workers were coerced out of fear. But the question lingers. How could the owner be completely unaware of such a serious issue at her own establishment? With the communal tension simmering and the Kanwad Yatra approaching, local authorities may soon be forced to intervene. For now, the dhaba stands at the center of a growing storm over faith, identity and trust.
Coming in, as per sources, India and the US interim trade deal is likely to be finalized in the next 24 hours. The negotiations are underway in Washington. India's trade team has extended its stay in Washington last week to iron out key differences as the two sides look to clinch a mini deal before the 9th of July deadline, when the pause on the US tariffs is set to be lifted. Now, India stands firm on agri-red lines as US backs down on core demands, and experts call it a major diplomatic win for India amid global trade tensions. So a trade deal, an interim trade deal between the United States and India likely in the next 24 hours, and the trade team had extended its stay in Washington, and what we do know at this time that a mini deal, an interim trade deal, is likely in the next 24 hours. Remember, this is very significant considering the fact that the deadline which was imposed by the US president, is going to end soon. And ahead of that deadline, we are likely to see a trade deal between India and the United States. And we do know right now from our sources is that the US has backed out with the key demand, and there are much less tariffs are likely, something that India had wanted. And we have more breaking news coming in. India has strongly objected to China's assertion that Beijing must approve the next reincarnation of the Dalai Lama, stating that only the Tibetan spiritual leaders has the authority to decide on his successor. The Union Minister for Minority Affairs, Kiran Rijiju, in an official statement said, and I quote him now, "The Dalai Lama holds a deeply significant position not only for Tibetans but also for millions of his followers around the world. The decision regarding his successor lies solely with the Dalai Lama," unquote. So India hitting hard on China as far as the successor of the Dalai Lama is concerned. And remember, just a few days back on his birthday, Dalai Lama had said he'll soon decide on the successor. And India are now snubbing China and asserting that only the Dalai Lama will decide on his successor and nobody else can decide on the successor of the Dalai Lama. A few days back on his birthday, there were celebrations wherein it was asserted, and the Dalai Lama hinted that he is going to soon name his successor. China had asserted that they'll name the successor, but India has snubbed China on the Dalai Lama's succession, saying that only the Dalai Lama will decide on his successor. Viewers, we'll take a very short break. Coming up ahead, 19-year-old chess prodigy D Gukesh turns world number 1. Magnus Carlsen beats him in the Grand Chess Tour Super United Rapid. Also, big news for the school students, because astronaut Shivanshu Shukla will interact with the school students today and ISRO scientists at 3 p.m. aboard the International Space Station as he completes 1 week in space. All the details on that big story and much more lined up for you. Stay with us.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet, or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know well in advance what they are up to. These kind of intelligence gathering activities were on earlier also, but they were not very organized on military scale. You see, earlier we had some satellites which ISRO had launched.
Welcome back after the break, viewers. The sacred Amarnath Yatra continues in full spirit and under the watchful eyes of our security forces. The second batch of pilgrims has arrived at the Nanwan base camp in Pahalgam amid elaborate security arrangements as well. Here is a full report.
The spiritual journey to the Amarnath cave shrine continues as the second batch of pilgrims has now reached the Nanwan base camp in Pahalgam. Security forces are maintaining a tight vigil along the Yatra route with multiple checkpoints and CCTV surveillance in place.
एज पर ट्रैफिक प्लान ही जो हम लोगों ने ग्राउंड पे जो अपना नफरी या ऑफिसर्स अहदेदार हमने लगाए हैं और आप देखें हम लोगों ने एक तो डाइवर्शन जो है आप पीछे सर्बल भी दिया वो मेंटेन्ड है और सिंगल लाइन में ही चल रहे हैं तो दैट एक ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन फ्री रहे और हैसल फ्री जो मूवमेंट रहे और यात्रीगण जितने भी हैं और उनको कोई असुविधा ना हो उसके साथ साथ जो भी यहाँ पे लोकलाइट्स हैं उनको भी कोई असुविधा ना हो इसीलिए हम लोगों ने एक प्लान जो डिवाइस किया उसी के मुताबिक हम लोग यहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं और आई हैव गिवन डायरेक्शन टू माई ऑल द ऑफिसर राइट फ्रॉम माई कांस्टेबल अप टू DYSP that they have to follow the guidelines which we have been providing them and which we have been instructing.
Armed forces are patrolling the route, scanning vehicles, drones up in the sky and CCTV monitors inside control rooms. Both Nanwan and Baltal base camps, medical services, food supplies and shelters have also been made available.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
We'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. Yes,
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have baby gasoline.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region. Then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet, or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know well in advance what they are up to. These kind of intelligence gathering activities were on earlier also, but they were
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
India-US close to sealing a trade deal in the next 24 hours. Negotiations underway.
Were not just migrants, they were messengers of a timeless civilization. Their contributions have benefited this country.
PM Modi hails Indian diaspora and Trinidad and Tobago. PM to be conferred with Trinidad's highest civilian honor. National Herald case hearing is set to resume today in Delhi court. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi have been named in the charge sheet by ED along with two firms. Sources say Royal Navy F-35 stuck in Kerala for the last 19 days, likely to be transported back to UK in a C-17 transport aircraft. US House passes Trump's. In fact, astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla will interact with school students and ISRO scientists today at 3 p.m. US House passes Trump's signature Big Beautiful Bill, advances to President's desk. Nineteen-year-old chess prodigy D Gukesh stuns world number one. Magnus Carlsen beats him in the Grand Chess Tour Super United Rapid. A very good morning, viewers. It's 10 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Focus is on the India-US trade deal, for which negotiations have reached the final stretch. And the next 24 hours are very, very crucial because there could be an outcome of these trade talks. As per sources, India and US interim trade deal is likely to be finalized in the next 24 hours. And like I mentioned, negotiations are underway in Washington, D.C. India's trade team has extended its stay in Washington, D.C. last week to iron out key differences as the two sides are looking to clinch a mini deal. Before the 9th of July deadline, and the pause on US tariffs will be lifted. India stands firm on agri Red lines as US backs down on core demands. Experts call it a major diplomatic win for India amid global trade tensions. And the next 24 hours could be the deciding timeline for the India-US trade deal. An interim trade deal will be finalized before the July 9 deadline. In fact, India's trade team has also extended its stay. And to give us more insights, we have Dheeraj Kaul joining us live. A very good morning to you, Mr. Kaul. How do you look at, the trade talks between India and the US, which have reached the final stretch? The next 24 hours are very, very crucial. What do you think could be expected in the interim trade deal? The mini deal is what it's being called.
Thank you for having me on the show. It's a very big day for us as well as in India. I think we are in the final stretches, like you rightly mentioned. Within the next 24 hours, something big you will hear. I think it's almost getting finalized, and there were few milestones at which both parties were trying to put focus on their on their agendas, where the deal was kind of lagging behind in finalization. But I think they are almost meeting, and like you rightly mentioned, one of the area was agricultural products, and especially milk and dairy, for which I think the US is going to be showing a lot more leverage towards India. And I think it's in the final stages, and it will really benefit people from both sides, and it's a very fair deal. And I think with time, you will see much more trade going between India and US, including modified genetically agricultural products as well. And recently, if you are following the news, there's a lot of debate about cutting down the cost of medications. I'm a physician myself, and as you can see, one of the largest exporters of medications is India, and a lot of new orders for new ventures of medications could going towards India as well.
Right, Mr. Kaul, the focus, like you said, is on the agriculture sector. US wants its genetically modified, agricultural goods to enter India. But India, on the other hand, is saying that, it will have an effect on the farmers in India, because if US agricultural goods come in, then there won't be any takers for the indigenously grown agricultural products. So what is the deadlock about here?
See, the thing is, specifically when you talk about agricultural, I would like to bring in the dairy as well, because that was one of the big areas. What United States government wanted access to 1.5 billion, and India, as you know, is one of the largest per capita utilization of milk products, and US is one of the biggest producers of milk and milk products. So we wanted an access to Indian market, but India has put across that, okay, we are going to give you some limited access, but we cannot provide you broader access, because our own infra of distribution and marketing and farmers would be big time affected. You mind still India is a very, very agriculturally dependent country in that husbandry and the milk and milk related products suffice a significant fraction of population gets employment from that. So if India opens the gates to US milk dairy products, I think the competition would be tremendous, and it would be very hard for an agro farmer in India to sustain this kind of pressure. So in the right spirit, I think India is allowing US to have some kind of limited access, but not a broader access. And I think people from US side are understanding the India's limitations. We have other frontiers which we are working towards, like US has provided India unconditional support towards increasing the labor intensive markets of textile, jewelry, footwear, garments, even the toys, the children toy, which was primarily in China, but now that industry is coming more towards India. And India has also given access to the genetically modified products, but with limited access to agricultural. And these genetically modified products would actually increase the harvest, even the seeds of the area, and the content of the micronutrients. So it's good for the patient, for the population of the country, and the food amount of food per hectare will go up, and the quality and the ingredients will also increase. So these are very high-tech, genetically modified products which have been labeled in last 12 years if you read the products.
Also, Mr. Kaul, bilateral trade is a two-way street. It's not always one-sided. While US is also seeking an entry into Indian markets, India's demand has been very, very clear that it wants, zero tariffs on some of its products. Correct. And that is something that Donald Trump has been, budging on, that saying that, this is a very hard bargain. This is not something that the US can do immediately. But do you think that this will also be featured in the interim deal, or will it be part of the broader trade deal?
I think I would go with the second point you just made. I think it will be a part of the broader deal because, mind it, tomorrow is our Independence Day. And a few hours ago today, we passed the big tax bill in US Parliament, which is going to basically cut down the taxes on corporates and rich class of American. And there is a big hit coming towards Medicaid, Medicare, which is a very touchy area, around $1 trillion, and 17 million people will be directly affected. So this is a very, it's going to take down brownie points from the current government. So they want to do certain, which brings a positive note to the current conversation, which is breaking the good deals for productivity in America and creating orders and creating job employment numbers in US. As you know, the last numbers were very positive, actually much more better than we anticipated. But any deals which go through in the current next, I would say, 1 week would be looked upon very positively, which is a big need. It will provide extra oxygen to the current government, which is under tremendous pressure, including from allies such as Elon Musk as well, as you have been following. So the government needs some good news to take it to the people, which is breaking a big deal with India. And India is one of the strongest geopolitical alliance of US. So it's a very welcoming step which is happening finally.
Mr. Kaul, my last question to you is, what are your predictions? What could be part of the interim trade deal? What are the key benefits that India and US will get?
I think definitely India is moving more towards employment prospects in the tech. I work in the AI sector also. I can see the pressure of the AI talent we are requiring in my field of healthcare, in finance, in constructions, in space. So India can provide a huge amount of talent and back-end support, which is required. And as you know, US can provide the technology platform, and mutually both of them can grow. And it's not like an option. If you have to lead the world like US does, it needs a very strong tech-savvy partner, which in Southeast Asia, you can see none other than India. And both are democratic countries. You cannot be looking. US has a trust deficit, if I may tell you, with China, which is now openly admitted. So India happens to be the right kind of partner. One of the oldest democracy of the world, combining with the largest democracy, with the common values and very hardworking people. I feel there is a very strong growth period coming in next 2 to 3 years, which you will see. And you can see that in markets, actually, if you follow the markets. I work as a consultant with the markets too. They are doing phenomenal. The NASDAQ and S&P, if you look at, they are all-time highs right now. So it's reflecting. And I think good times are coming very soon. You will hear very good news within next week.
Right, Mr. Kaul, like you mentioned, US has the tech, India has the talent. So together it's AI, and we hope that there is some headway that is made on this front as well. But many thanks for joining us with your insights on the interim trade deal. Now let's move on, viewers, to more breaking news that's coming in. From J&K, mourners on Muharram have now quoted controversy because they waved Palestinian flags during the 8th Muharram procession in Srinagar. The mourners also carried a portrait of Iran's supreme leader as well, Ayatollah Al-Khamenei. The procession commenced from Guru Bazaar, passing through Jahangir Chowk and Lal Chowk, and it will conclude at Dal Gate. This is a controversy that has erupted amidst the Muharram procession, because mourners in Srinagar have taken to the streets not just in remembrance but with a global political message. Palestinian flags were waved, and a giant portrait of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Al-Khamenei was also held aloft. And all of this right in the heart of Lal Chowk. From Guru Bazaar to Dal Gate, this is the Muharram procession that is being witnessed in Srinagar. There you can see controversial Palestinian flags are also being raised, and Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Al-Khamenei's portraits are also being held aloft. And we'll get more details with Zina joining us live Zenat, Palestinian flags, Iran's supreme leaders portrayed. What's happening in the Muharram procession?
See, this is the 8th day of the Muharram, and today the procession has begun from the old traditional routes from the Guru Bazaar, and it will conclude in Dal Gate. Again, we are seeing the stringent arrangements that have come from the Jammu and Kashmir police, but again this time the Palestinian flags were waved in the Muharram procession. We've also witnessed the portrait of the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei's portrait was on display here, despite the police had claimed that the procession has remained clear. But we have witnessed the flags that were carried by the mourners, although the elegies, chanting elegies of Imam Hussain alayhi salam, who is the grandson of the Prophet, peace be upon him. So the procession is going on. There had not been any untoward incident, but the strict arrangements have been made by the police. Meanwhile, the diversions has also been taking place. Although the procession has been banned here at the MA Road, Srinagar, last year the police had to register multiple FIRs when again the Palestinian flags were raised. Even the people were chanting prayers that for the safety of the people living in Gaza. This is the 8th Muharram that is being observed here. The procession has been going on. If you remember, this is the 3rd consecutive year where the processions are going on. But before this, since 1980s, these processions were banned by the Jammu and Kashmir administration. These mourners, the Shia mourners, were not allowed to carry the procession. But seeing the political developments and the situation turning peaceful in the Kashmir Valley, LG Manoj Sinha lifted the ban some 3 years back. So for the last 3 consecutive years, the processions have been witnessed in the traditional routes in the Srinagar. Today, the processions are taking place. The procession started from the Guru Bazaar, which is the downtown area of Srinagar, and from the Tenkipora, it took the route of, and now it will also conclude or the culminate at the Dal Gate. Meanwhile, we are seeing the traffic corps, J&K police, the CRPF has been deployed at multiple locations to see that nothing goes untoward.
Right, Gina, thank you for joining me with the latest details from Ground Zero. We'll come back to you, but it's time for us to move on because the RSS is all set to convene its All India Prant Pracharak meeting in Delhi from July 4th to 6th to assess the organizational progress and also strategize for its centenary celebrations commencing October 2nd. And the centenary celebrations will feature nationwide programs including Shakha-level events, youth outreach and household visits. The 3-day meetings will be presided over by RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat and General Secretary Abdusattorov Hosable. All RSS Joint General Secretaries, heads of Karya Vibhags, that is various departments, and National Organizational Secretaries of 32 RSS affiliates, including the BJP, will be meeting at the venue. A total of 233 RSS workers, including the Prant Pracharaks, Saprant Pracharaks and Kshetra Pracharaks, along with Kshetra Pracharaks, will attend the meeting. The RSS will complete 100 years of its foundation on this Vijay Dashmi, which falls on October 2nd. And to give us more insights about this particular meeting, we have Riyanka also joining us live from the national capital. Riyanka, tell us about this RSS key meeting where Mohan Bhagwat and also the General Secretary Abdusattorov Hosable will be interacting with its affiliates as well as its workers ahead of the centenary celebrations.
The centenary year for the RSS, which will be celebrated on 2nd of October on the Vijay Dashmi day. And before that, there are several meetings that are happening on organizational front. One such meeting, which is starting today, and it will be going on for the next 2 days in the national capital. It is an All India Prant Pracharak meeting that is going to be held at Keshav Kunj in the national capital, where RSS leader Mohan Bhagwat as well as other senior leaders of RSS will be coming together, and they will be deliberating on the organizational structures and progress that has happened. In fact, over the past 100 years, how RSS has built itself to a position where they have been formulating several ideologies and policies. In fact, the centenary celebrations that will be happening on the 2nd of October, the planning and preparation on that front will also be talked about. So it is going to be a huge meeting and a gathering that will be done today, which will be going on for the next 2 days as well. It will be concluding on the 6th of July, and it will be seeing several RSS leaders and the members and the workers who have been a very crucial part of the RSS for the last several years. In fact, the senior RSS leaders will also be honored in these meetings, and we will be seeing more such information coming in and expecting a statement from RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat on the same.
Right, Priyanka, thank you for joining me with those details. Now moving on to some breaking news coming in the Chennai custodial death case. After judicial probe, now the autopsy report is damning. It confirms deep muscle level contusions, brain and organ hemorrhaging, injuries across the body of varying lengths, depths and directions on Ajit's body. 44 injuries have now come to light in the post-mortem report, and these are not accidental wounds. Viewers, these are proofs of the brutality, the targeted physical assault, the blows that were dealt to Ajit's body with sticks, batons and rods by the police behind bars. And the post-mortem report has further gone on to say that there was extensive trauma to the brain, injuries not just to the scalp, but the torso, the limbs, and deep within the internal organs as well. 44 external injuries have been documented and have been counted in the post-mortem report. And this post-mortem was conducted at Madurai Medical College, states clearly that he was brought in dead on June 28th at 11:15 p.m. Sharda is joining us live. Sharda, the post-mortem report is a proof of the brutality that Ajit faced behind bars. Sticks, rods and batons were used to beat him. 44 external injuries have been documented. Tell us more, Sharda.
As we mentioned earlier, when the postmortem report came, there were 18 external injuries. That the report only stated 44 internal injuries. But today, the autopsy report claimed that there was a brain hemorrhage and that there were multiple marks on his body that was up to 28 centimeters, and it was all in red, and it shows that he was either beaten with batons or sticks. And the autopsy report also claims that there were 3 burnt cigarette marks on his hand, and his forearms was heavily belt, and there was also bone damage to his arms. The autopsy report also claims that the final autopsy report claims that his death was due to brain hemorrhage, and there's more waiting on this, because the report also states there was chemical reactions inside his body. So following which the autopsy report now, the judicial probe was asked by the Madurai bench of Madras High Court, and following this is when we'll know whether if Ajit Kumar succumbed to his injuries right before he was brought to the hospital, or was it after the doctor gave him a basic treatment.
Right, Sharda, thank you for giving us those details from the post-mortem report. Viewers, now let's tell you about the Prime Minister's visit to Trinidad and Tobago, where he was accorded a very grand welcome. He interacted with the Indian diaspora and praised their cultural and economical contributions in Trinidad. Here's the report.
Second leg of Prime Minister Modi's five-nation visit begins as Prime Minister Modi landed in Trinidad and Tobago. Prime Minister Modi was received by his counterpart Kamala Prasad Besser at the Piarco International Airport, where he was accorded a ceremonial welcome and a guard of honor. Prime Minister Modi interacted with the Indian diaspora in Trinidad and Tobago, hailed Trinidad's Prime Minister Kamala Prasad's Indian roots.
Friends, I know that the journey of the Indian community in Trinidad and Tobago is about courage. The circumstances your ancestors faced would have broken even the strongest spirits, but they faced hardships with hope. They met problems with persistence. They left the Ganga and Yamuna behind, but carried the Ramayana in their hearts. They were not just migrants. They were messengers of a timeless civilization. Their contributions have benefited this country culturally, economically, and spiritually.
We have some big breaking news coming in from Bengaluru. Lokayukta has now written to the Karnataka government seeking a new surveillance unit to curb corruption within its own fold. And the Lokayukta had requested a separate vigilance team comprising 24 officers. However, the government has rejected the request of Lokayukta at a time. In its response, the government has stated that steps will be taken to re-establish an internal vigilance unit using staff already transferred from the ACB to the Lokayukta institution. It's a massive embarrassment unfolding within the very system that is meant to fight corruption. The Lokayukta, which is a watchdog against graft, is requesting the government to form a separate unit, a separate surveillance unit to clean up its own institution. We have Abhishek joining us live from Bengaluru. Abhishek, the government has turned down Lokayukta's request. What is the government scared of?
Well, Deepak, it is very clear that the Lokayukta was established to curb the all anti-social elements or any other details which is against the society in the state of Karnataka. However, when the Lokayukta conducted internal inquiry, it was found that a previous officer who was of the ranking IPS had also made sure he had another acquaintance who collected money from various other departments of BBMP and various other state government departments. So after which the Lokayukta had demanded the government there should be a new surveillance unit set up comprising of 24 officers. On the other hand, when the government rejects the plea of the Lokayukta, there must be a hidden agenda of the government as well, seeking, or probably it might be scared that some of its own officials might also have been involved in the scam, and also this wouldn't be possible only without the one IPS officer and another police staff. So the government might also have a thought that if at all they allow 24 people to start a new investigation or new surveillance team, it is sure that the Lokayukta will bring about various other names in the scam which has been taken place within the Lokayukta, and the government might also be thinking that the backlash already faced by the government might increase in the next couple of days if at all it constitutes a new surveillance team. So it has very clearly and cleverly mentioned that the Anti-Corruption Bureau or the ACB, what we call, the officers who have already been transferred to Lokayukta will be taking care of the internal surveillance unit, and also they would probably bring some of the new rules or regulations to curb the corruption within the Lokayukta itself. Deepak.
Right, Abhishek, thank you for joining me with those details. With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you more about the Royal Navy F-35, which is stuck in Kerala for the last 19 days, and it is likely to be transported back to the UK in a C-17 transport aircraft. Along with that, focus is on the National Herald case hearing, which is all set to resume today in a Delhi court. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi have been named in the ED charge sheet. Stay tuned for more.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth. what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet, or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know well in advance what they are up to. These kind of a
India-US inch close to sealing a trade deal in the next 24 hours. Negotiations are underway in Washington, D.C.
They were not just migrants, they were messengers of a timeless civilization. Their contributions have benefited this country.
PM Modi hails Indian diaspora in Trinidad and Tobago. PM to be conferred Trinidad's highest civilian honor. National Herald case hearing is set to resume today in the Delhi court. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi have been named in the charge sheet along with two firms. Sources say that Royal Navy F-35 stuck in Kerala for the last 19 days, likely to be transported back to UK in a C-17 transport aircraft. Astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla will interact with school students and ISRO scientists today at 3 p.m. Stay tuned. US House passes Trump's signature big beautiful bill, and the bill has advanced to President's desk. Nineteen-year-old chess prodigy D Gukesh stuns world number one Magnus Carlsen yet again, beats him in the Grand Chess Tour Super United Rapid. Here's breaking news coming in from the national capital. Delhi Police Crime Branch had an encounter with a criminal in Shahbad Diary area. A criminal was shot in the leg, and this criminal is associated with the Nandu gang. Recently, he was absconding. In the case of firing and killing Manjeet Mahal's nephew, more details are awaited. This is the crime scene that has been cordoned off, and this was the bike used by the criminal, which was then recovered by the police. But the accused, the criminal, tried to escape, and that's when the police opened fire, shot him in the leg, and took him into custody. And this is exactly where the encounter took place. That was the bike that was used by the criminal who was involved in the murder of an individual named Manjeet Mahal's nephew. More details about this criminal who is associated with the Nandu gang is expected. But what we know so far is that this is an encounter that took place between the Delhi Police Crime Branch and a criminal in Shahbad Dairy area. Akhil is joining us live. Akhil, tell us about this encounter. Who's the criminal and what are the cases that he has been named in?
Well, Deepak, if you see in the latest operation, what we have seen that Delhi Police Crime Branch conduct an encounter in recently what we have seen this week only, two criminals involved in the murder of gangster Manjeet Mahal's nephew has been caught. And in this case, what we have been seeing, the person who has been murdered in the outer Delhi district area has been identified as Deepak while he was having a walk at just outside his residence. At that point in time, someone at a point blank range basically fired at Deepak, in which he was shot dead. And in this very recent case, which basically took place, what we have seen that the Delhi Police Crime Branch has basically nabbed both the accused who have been identified as Vijay and Somveer. And in this encounter, which was carried out by the Delhi Police Crime Branch, what we have seen that the encounter took place late last night, in which the gangster Manjeet Mahal's nephew, Deepak, who was out on bail, was murdered by the Nandu gang, who was suspected to be behind the killing of Deepak.
Right, Akhil, thank you for joining me with those details on the encounter in Delhi. Now we have more breaking news coming in. The Enforcement Directorate has conducted raids in the money laundering case against ex-Jharkhand Minister Yogendra Sahu. The Enforcement Directorate raided multiple locations in Jharkhand as part of an ongoing alleged illegal sand mining and extortion-linked money laundering case. The investigation is against Sahu and his family members. At least 8 premises in Hazaribagh and Ranchi were raided since early morning. The action is being undertaken as per the provisions of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, which is a PMLA case, and the raids pertain to an ongoing probe into the allegations that substantial amount of the proceeds of crime were generated through activities such as extortion, illegal sand mining, and also land grab. Ex-Jharkhand Minister Sahu is now facing ED heat. There you can see these are the vehicles in which the ED sleuths arrived at the ex-Jharkhand minister's properties. 8 properties linked to ex-Jharkhand Minister Sahu were raided today, and the Enforcement Directorate is carrying out these raids under PMLA, that is the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and they believe that money was laundered through activities such as extortion, illegal sand mining, and land grabbing. His family members have also landed in ED's soup. In fact, my colleague Prakash is also joining me to give us more details about the ED raids. Prakash, tell us about the Enforcement Directorate surprise raids this morning. 8 locations linked to an ex-Jharkhand minister was raided. What are the charges that he is facing?
Well, the charges against him are of illegal mining, sand, extortion, and he's a former agriculture minister of the state of Jharkhand, belonging to the Indian National Congress, the Congress party. And these ED raids are being conducted at 8 different places in across Jharkhand, which includes Ranchi, Hazaribagh as well. Now, Yogendra Sahu is a senior leader of the Congress party, and this is not the first raid that has been conducted at any leader's residence in Jharkhand. Earlier also, Hemant Soren was in the dock. Alamgir Alam is still serving a jail sentence when crores of rupees were recovered from his premises just ahead of the Jharkhand Assembly elections. Now, this raises a serious question mark on Yogendra Sahu's involvement in illegal sand mining. We'll wait and watch what kind of the documents and seizures are made from Yogendra Sahu's residence in Ranchi as well as in different parts of Jharkhand. Remember, the opposition have been gunning at the ED and the various investigating agencies time and again, alleging that the investigating agencies, specifically the ED, targets only the opposition party members, and they do not target any BJP leaders as such across pan-India. So this is the case, and that's what Hemant Soren had targeted also earlier. In his statement that the ED has become a stooge of the BJP, and this particular raid also goes to testify the fact that this is one more minister in the Jharkhand where ED raids are being conducted.
All right, Prakash, thank you for joining me with those details. Let's now move on, viewers, because the annual Kawad Yatra is approaching, and there is a major identity controversy that has erupted. An individual identified as Gopal has now been forced to reveal his true identity as Tajamul, and a political row has also erupted. Here's more to that story.
Just days ahead of the Kawad Yatra, one of the region's biggest religious gathering, a massive row has erupted in Muzaffarnagar, Uttar Pradesh. At the center of row is an eatery called the Pandit Ji Vaishno Dhaba. In that eatery is a worker who went by the name Gopal, only that wasn't his name. The man's real name is Tajamul, and he claims he was forced to assume a Hindu identity to keep his job at the dhaba. In a video that has now gone viral, Tajamul says he arrived at the eatery 3 months ago without an ID. He was told to go by the name Gopal a name given, he says, to avoid controversy during the Kavod season. He has even alleged that he was harassed, beaten and humiliated when people suspected his identity. He was asked to show his Aadhaar card and even unzip his pants as proof. A political row has now erupted. Listen in to what SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav had to say.
क्योंकि जो उनकी बदनामी हुई है बीजेपी की, जो बदनामी हुई, अब उस बदनामी से निकले बाहर कैसे? तो इसलिए वो लगातार ऐसे लोगों को तैयार करते हैं, प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं, साजिश करते हैं, जो षड्यंत्र होगा। ये जो जसवंत नगर का है, मुझे जानकारी नहीं है किस गांव की घटना है, किन लोगों ने ये काम किया है, कई नकली लोगों को बनाया जाएगा।
As outrage spread, more voices have emerged from the same dhaba. Another worker, Suman, claims that the multiple Muslim employees were using Hindu aliases. Zubair was working as Rajveer and Sonavar as Sonu. These claims have sparked massive backlash, especially among locals who feel deceived. More so because the dhaba carried a religious identity and was operating during a Hindu pilgrimage. Some groups allege that it was a deliberate attempt to fool customers, while others believe the workers were coerced out of fear. But the question lingers. How could the owner be completely unaware of such a serious issue at her own establishment? With the communal tension simmering and the Kavod Yatra approaching, local authorities may soon be forced to intervene. For now, the dhaba stands at the center of a growing storm over faith, identity and trust.
Moving on to breaking news that's coming in. The Kolkata police returned to Kasba Law College to recreate the sequence of events in the gang rape case that has shaken the city. And the main accused, Manojit Mishra, along with Pramit Mukherjee and Jaib Ahmed Khan, were brought to the scene under tight security to retrace their alleged steps. The security guard, Pinaki Banerjee, was also arrested in connection with the case, was present during the crime scene reconstruction. And the police have carefully reenacted the entire incident inside the guard room and the union room. These are the two key locations where the horrific crime is believed to have taken place. And now the investigators are walking through the timeline to piece together the details and also verify the statements that have been made so far. Remember, just a couple of days back, the rape survivor herself was brought here for the reconstruction, the recreation of the crime scene. It was an incredibly painful but essential step to help in the investigation that is being conducted by the Kolkata police. And the Kolkata police today have brought in all the three accused in the Kolkata gang rape case to the Kasba Medical College, Law College, I beg your pardon, for the recreation of the crime scene. Early this morning, all three accused were brought in with tight security in place, and they were taken to the guard room, the union room, the two key locations where the heinous crime took place. Moving on to some updates coming in from Tamil Nadu. TVK party leader Vijay is holding a party secretaries meeting today, and it is expected that the party will be taking up 20 new pollution promises and will also be moving the High Court to seek permission for a protest on Sunday against the custodial death in Tamil Nadu. TVK leader, TVK chief Vijay is now holding a very crucial meeting, and the meeting will also be to seek permission from the High Court to hold a protest on Sunday against the custodial death case that rocked Tamil Nadu. Ajit, who was killed behind bars, who was subjected to brutality, who was assaulted mercilessly by the police. This is a case that is being discussed by the TVK chief in his all-important meeting with his general secretaries, and they will also be moving the Madras High Court seeking permission for the protest. Sharda is back with us. Sharda, tell us about this particular meeting that TVK chief Vijay is currently holding, and also what are the key focus points?
Well, Vijay is now completed his film shooting, and which would be his last film before entering politics completely. And the actor, until yesterday night, was not supposed to meet his district secretaries, but decided to meet them after the permission was denied to stage a protest today over the custodial death of Ajit Kumar. So now he'll be meeting his party district secretaries in Chennai, following which 20 new bold promises would be taken. And it is also said that Vijay will be talking to his party people on working for a protest that would be conducted on Sunday and would be moving to the High Court to seek permission for the same as well. Actor Vijay just day before yesterday went to the district of Sivaganga to meet the mother and brother of the deceased Ajit Kumar. He also gave them amount of rupees 2 lakhs compensation, and he met them, spoke to them, and also which is expected that he would take it further against the DMK on Sunday while the protest will be held. He is moving the Madras High Court because the protest was initially planned today, but however he was not given permission, and following which he's moved the Madras High Court, stating at least on Sunday they would be getting the permission for the same.
Right, Sharda, thank you for joining me with those details. Now let's move on to a quick report on how India's D Gukesh, our chess maestro, has stunned Magnus Carlsen once again, this time in the Grand Chess Tour Super United Rapid. Here's how the 19-year-old chess prodigy claimed the lead. In a stunning victory, India's D Gukesh has shocked the chess world once again, defeating world number 1 Magnus Carlsen in the round of 6 of the Grand Chess Tour Super United Rapid. Gukesh, playing with the black pieces, seized a winning position and held his ground, pushing the game to a decisive victory, handing Carlsen a rare and convincing defeat. The win caps off an incredible performance for the 19-year-old, who now leads the tournament with 10 points from 12. This victory not only boosts Gukesh's position but also strengthens his reputation as one of the brightest young talents in global chess. Day 2 of the tournament concludes with Gukesh standing as the sole leader, leaving behind a trail of stunned spectators. Gukesh is unstoppable and continues his meteoric rise, stunning the chess world with his back-to-back victories against Magnus Carlsen. Viewers, the Amarnath Yatra has already started and it's going on with full spirit. The second group of pilgrims arrived at the Nunwan base camp, and this amid high security arrangements. High-tech advanced facilities are also being provided to these pilgrims, but under the watchful eyes of our forces, who are ensuring that there is no untoward incident that will take place during the holy pilgrimage. Here's more.
The spiritual journey to the Amarnath Cave Shrine continues as the second batch of pilgrims has now reached the Nunwan base camp in Pahalgam. Security forces are maintaining a tight vigil along the Yatra route with multiple checkpoints and CCTV surveillance in place.
एज पर ट्रैफिक प्लान ही जो हम लोगों ने ग्राउंड पे जो अपना नफरी या ऑफिसर्स ओहदेदार हमने लगाए हैं, और आप देखें हम लोगों ने एक तो डाइवर्शन जो है पीछे सर्बल भी दिया वो मेंटेन्ड है और सिंगल लाइन में ही चल रहे हैं, सो दैट एक ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन फ्री रहे और हैसल फ्री जो मूवमेंट रहे और यात्रीगण जितने भी हैं और उनको कोई असुविधा ना हो, उसके साथ साथ जो भी यहाँ पे लोकलाइट्स हैं उनको भी कोई असुविधा ना हो। इसीलिए हम लोगों ने एक प्लान जो डिवाइस किया उसी के मुताबिक हम लोग यहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं। और आई हैव गिवन डायरेक्शन टू माई ऑल द ऑफिसर राइट फ्रॉम माई कांस्टेबल अप टू DYSP that they have to follow the guidelines which we have been providing them and which we have been instructing.
Armed forces are patrolling the route, scanning vehicles, drones up in the sky and CCTV monitors inside control rooms. Both Nunwan and Baltal base camps, medical services, food supplies and shelters have also been made available. Meanwhile, doctors are attending to pilgrims. Langars and tents have also been set up across the camp.
Second batch of Yatris has arrived at Kashmir Valley, and you can see that the large gathering of the devotees has reached the Nanwan base camp and also the Sonmarg's Balthal in the Kashmir Valley. Different lanes have been made by the administration for the smooth conduct of the security check here in the Kashmir Valley. Particularly, we have recently seen that the terror attack in the Pahalgam, but then after we have seen that the multiple security checkpoints, in fact the special checkpoints have been established at the various locations, including the CRPF, SSB, Jammu Kashmir Police and other security forces are on ground.
Brimming with devotion, the Yatris began their trek towards the holy cave shrine early today morning, marking yet another chapter in this annual spiritual journey.
बहुत बढ़िया सुविधा है। जयपुर से मैं दूसरी बार आ रहा हूँ। बहुत बढ़िया व्यवस्था है, कोई परेशानी नहीं हुई है।
दूसरी बार ही आज आप आ रहे हैं?
दूसरी बार आया हूँ।
कुछ आपको चेंज लग रही है, कुछ पॉजिटिव चेंज?
पहले से कुछ चेंज है, बढ़िया।
क्या लग रहा है आपको?
पहले से बढ़िया लग रहा है।
आते समय थोड़ा डर लग रहा था कि कैसे जाएंगे, कैसे होगा। अभी जो सब सिंदूर ऑपरेशन हुआ उसके बाद में थोड़ा सा घबराहट थोड़ी तो थी, बट यहाँ पे आने तक, आज जो हम यहाँ पहुँचे 4 दिन का सफ़र करके, तो लग रहा है कि नहीं, सच में जो सिक्योरिटी हमें मिल रही है, बहुत ही प्राउड फील हो रहा है।
As the journey of faith unfolds, authorities remain vigilant to ensure the safety and comfort of every pilgrim.
Viewers, after Delhi's Environment Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa announced the fuel on hold policy for all those old vehicles, now we have a political showdown that has erupted because the Aam Aadmi Party has waded into this debate and has launched a scathing attack on the Saffron Party. Here's more.
Soon after, Delhi government reconsidered the policy on fuel ban for end-of-life vehicles.
दिल्ली के लोगों को जो कठिनाइयां 10 साल की बीमारी कारण आ रही हैं, उनकी गाड़ियों को जब्त किया जा रहा है। इन सब के लिए वो जो भी करना पड़ेगा, एड़ी चोटी तक तो उनका अगर जोर लगाना पड़ेगा तो वो भी लगाएंगे। हम दिल्ली के वातावरण को भी साफ करेंगे और दिल्ली की गाड़ियों को भी नहीं जब्त होने देंगे। ये हमारी दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री रेखा गुप्ता जी का दिल्ली के लोगों के साथ संकल्प है।
A political war of words has erupted. AAP leader and leader of opposition Atishi questioned the BJP government for taking a U-turn over its fuel ban policy for overage vehicles. The AAP leader criticized the BJP, accusing them of troubling people and colluding with car manufacturers. Atishi asked if the BJP is running a government or a panchayat in Fulera.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली में सरकार चला रही है, ये फुलेरा की पंचायत चला रही है। समस्या है कि प्रदूषण को कम करना है। समाधान ये नहीं है कि 10 साल के बाद सड़क से गाड़ी को हटा दो। आखिर कोई ऐसी गाड़ी भी तो हो सकती है जो 10 साल में मात्र 50,000 किलोमीटर चली हो। कुछ ऐसी गाड़ियां भी हो सकती हैं जो 5 साल में 2-3 लाख किलोमीटर चल रही हों। इसलिए 10 साल के बाद ऑटोमेटिक गाड़ी हटा देना बिल्कुल बेतुका, इलॉजिकल और निराधार फैसला है।
Earlier in the day, the Delhi government had written to the Commission of Air Quality Management saying the fuel ban on overage vehicles is not feasible due to technological challenges. Addressing a press conference, Delhi Environment Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa said that there was discontent among people due to this move. Sirsa slammed the previous AAP government for its strong norms on overage vehicles. The Delhi government, meanwhile, has put a pause on its controversial order after facing the public outrage.
That, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll get you more details on how 19-year-old chess prodigy D Gukesh checkmate Magnus Carlsen, the world #1 yet again. Along with that, astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla will interact with school students and ISRO scientists today at 3 p.m. Countdown has begun. Stay tuned for more.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सब
जीरा मसाला।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. Just
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know well in advance what they are up to. These kind of intelligence gathering activities were on earlier also, but they
Day 3 of the ongoing encounter in Kishtwar's Chatru area continues, with security forces intensifying their operations to flush out terrorists believed to be trapped in the bowl of Kuchal. The encounter, which began on July 2nd, has seen a series of gunfire clashes between security forces and terrorists, with multiple search operations being carried out in the dense forested area. According to sources, a group of terrorists is still believed to be cornered, and forces are using advanced techniques to locate and neutralize them. Despite difficult terrain and adverse weather conditions, the operation remains high priority, with security forces committed to neutralize the terror threat. Local authorities have urged civilians to stay clear of the area as the operation is expected to continue through the day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
off, we'll take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
Rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. Just
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's five-nation tour continues to be our focus this morning. And he is in Trinidad and Tobago right now, and he will be accorded the highest civilian honor in that country. All the details on that big story and much more lined up for you. Here is a look at the headlines that we are tracking for you at this hour. Pakistan puts Hockey Asia Cup on hold, awaits Islamabad's nod despite India's clearance. India and US close to sealing a trade deal in the next 24 hours. Negotiations underway. National Herald hearing is set to resume today in a Delhi court. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi have been named in the charge sheet along with the two firms. Autopsy report of Ajit Kumar reveals torture and 44 external injuries. Probe widens in Tamil Nadu custodial death case. Karnataka caste census sham exposed. Footage shows BBMP workers skipping houses. India snubs China on a succession plan of the Dalai Lama. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju says only the Dalai Lama will decide on his successor. And sources say that Royal Navy F-35 stuck in Kerala for the last 19 days, likely to be transported back to UK in a C-17 transport aircraft. Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Karnataka. Well, Republic TV has exposed Karnataka caste census sham. Now, CCTV footage shows BBMP workers skipping houses for surveys, and the footage shows that workers are pasting pamphlets and stickers on the walls and skipping the houses for survey. Census staff completes the survey of 4 houses in just 10 seconds. So the caste census by the Karnataka government seems to be a sham, as it is seen in the CCTV footage that the census staff is skipping the houses. It is not even entering the houses, and they just are putting in posters outside the houses, and they are doing the survey just for the heck of it. Is the Karnataka caste census a sham? Well, the CCTV footage really shows that that is the case. So the CCTV footage that has been accessed by the Republic TV shows how the census staff is skipping the houses for the survey. It is just the staff is going in outside the houses and not even entering the building, not even talking to the people inside. And what we are witnessing is really the chaos of Karnataka's caste survey or the census. The caste survey has been ordered by the Karnataka government, but what really seems to be the case is really a chaos, a sham unfolding, as the workers are just pasting these stickers outside the houses, and the CCTV footage shows the BBMP workers skipping houses and not even entering the homes of the people and randomly pasting the stickers without collecting any data during the door-to-door survey of the households in Karnataka. Let's get all the updates. My colleague Abhishek is now joining us live from Bengaluru for more updates. Abhishek, what we witnessed in Karnataka was that in the last census that was carried out by the Congress government in 2015, there was a backlash that the party received. There was a lot of criticism about that caste survey as well, and now another caste survey. And yet again, what we are witnessing, the footage that has been accessed by Republic TV shows the BBMP workers clearly skipping houses and not doing their work seriously. What how the opposition parties are reacting to this?
Well, this is not the only first video that we have seen. For the last couple of days, we've been seeing videos like this from the BBMP, where the staff usually just walk in randomly to the houses that they have been allotted. They wouldn't have a conversation with the residents. They wouldn't take any information. They wouldn't gather any data with the person who is residing in the location. All they do is just take a sticker, as we are clearly seeing on the screen. They come to the various locations. They don't even knock the doors of the houses. They paste a sticker saying that the BBMP staff had visited the spot, have collected the data, have completed the census progress, and this is one of such stickers that has been pasted on the wall. After it, they also take a picture to share it to their higher ups, stating that they have completed the caste census survey technically and scientifically. So, this is one of the other videos that we have been seeing from the last couple of days in Republic Canada. We've also shown BBMP staff running around to face a sticker. The usual time required to complete a survey is at least 2 to 3 minutes. However, we have seen the staff of BBMP completing the survey in the next 10 seconds. This is the target that they are achieving as of now is what we can clearly see. On the other hand, the government says that it has spent crores of amount or crores of fund on reconsidering the caste survey. So this is actually one of the videos where it clearly shows that the intention of the government is not to help the people of Karnataka, is not to get in the equality, but to complete the required task within the stipulated time, even without following any rules and regulations. On the other hand, BJP and JDS are opposing the move of the Karnataka state government and the BBMP for not conducting the caste census survey in a scientific manner, and also they are challenging the government to read the actual data of the census they have collected as of now, and also there might be a chance that this issue will be elevated in the next couple of days. Back to you.
Right, Abhishek, stay with us. We'll just come back to you. Meanwhile, we have more breaking news related to this survey as well, because BBMP workers are seen assaulting a resident over scheduled caste survey query in Bengaluru. A BBMP worker was in fact affixing a sticker on a house without collecting information from the homeowner regarding the scheduled caste survey. And when the resident questioned this worker about this, the worker's supervisor assaulted the homeowner. So as the BBMP workers are not only skipping and shirking responsibility, but also assaulting the residents of Bengaluru when they are being questioned. Let's get back to my colleague Abhishek, who is joining us live from Bengaluru. Abhishek, what we are witnessing and what the CCTV footage shows is absolutely shocking. Not only these BBMP workers are shaking responsibility, but also assaulting the local residents in Bengaluru. Of course, there have been questions asked about the amount of money that really has been spent on this entire caste census. About 160 crore, we are talking about the numbers. And these workers are also assaulting the people of Bengaluru. Abhishek, can you hear me? All right, we'll try to connect back to our reporter, but what the CCTV footage that has been accessed by Republic TV shows is absolutely shocking. We can see BBMP workers assaulting residents, and earlier the CCTV footage that we are right now showing to you is, these BBMP workers, they are skipping houses and they're not doing the work that has been allotted to them. Bengaluru civic body workers randomly sticking up these stickers outside the houses of the residents without collecting any data. And this is, remember, the door-to-door survey of the scheduled caste households in Karnataka, and these workers are supposed to go in the houses and speak to the residents and collect information, but they are just going there and sticking these stickers outside the houses without collecting any data. And in the second footage, we can see this the staff of the BBMP assaulting the residents, because one of the residents asked a question as to why are you sticking these stickers outside our houses without collecting information. And when the matter escalated, the staff was seen assaulting the residents. Let's go back to my colleague Abhishek. Abhishek, not only the questions being asked about how the staff are shirking responsibilities, skipping the census survey that they are supposed to do, but also seen assaulting the residents of Bengaluru.
It is very clear that the BBMP staff are misbehaving when questioned about their activity, whatever they are doing in the city of Bengaluru or in the state of Karnataka. The BBMP is taking care of the caste census survey, which has been allotted to that, which has been allotted to them. However, when we have shown various other CCTV visuals and various other visuals recorded by the residents themselves, where the BBMP staff don't even interact with the civilians. This is one such incident where the civilian questioned the BBMP staff who had pasted a sticker even without the consent of the house owner, despite the owner being in the house. This is and yet another incident which happened in Bengaluru when the BBMP staff was questioned about his working style. He has tried to assault, and in fact, he has assaulted the person who questioned him. And also, this has been brought to the notice of the BBMP commissioner as well and the DCM of state of Karnataka. However, we are about to receive the response from the government, but we clearly know that CM Siddaramaiah and DCM D Gukesh, when questioned about the caste census report, they claim that the caste census report is being conducted in the most scientific way, and if there is any other issue, it is only created by the media. No one else in the state would be talking against the caste census, is what CM Siddaramaiah very openly claims. And also, looking at the visuals, we have also understood that the civilians are also at danger because of the attitude of the BBMP staff, who have been forced by the government to conduct the survey in the stipulated time. So it is more like a meeting the dead end, or it is more like closing the books of accounts rather than collecting the actual data which is necessary for the caste census generation, the report generation of the report. Back to you.
Right, Abhishek, stay with us because we are getting more breaking news related to the Karnataka caste survey. Now, despite the 30th of June deadline, now BBMP has failed to complete the ongoing internal reservation survey and has now decided to extend the exercise by another week. Now, according to official data, the survey was meant to cover all the 34 lakh households across Bengaluru, and so far stickers have been pasted on 20 lakh homes with 14 lakh households still pending. So let's go back to Abhishek. Abhishek, now what we understand, the date for this caste survey has been extended, and the point is, the question that everybody needs to ask the Karnataka government is that you are extending a deadline, and does it seem to be a rushed affair? Because, you know, they say that out of the 34 lakh homes, 20 lakh homes have been covered. But what is being covered is seems to be a completely sham stuff, you know, skipping the households. 14 lakh households are still remaining. So the big question is the entire exercise a sham? Public money, so much of public money is being spent on this exercise?
The extension of time with respect to the caste census report or the survey is just an eye watcher, is what the people of Karnataka believe. Because when the government and the BBMP had ample time to collect the data of the various other households by talking to the various other citizens of Bengaluru, we've also, there was an option of talking to the residents if at all they didn't want to openly claim their caste or reservation in person. They could have also done that on the online mode. This information had to be shared by the BBMP staff to the people they actually meet at the households. However, we have clearly seen that the BBMP staff didn't do that. However, they have submitted a report to the government stating that at least 14 lakh households are still to be completed, and the time of extension is only 1 week. So, on an average, if at all we look at the duration and the household number, at least 2 lakh households should be met every single day, and the BBMP is running short of staff, and this will not
right,
be able to
stay with us, Abhishek. We are right now joined in by Mr. G.S. Prashant, BJP spokesperson from Karnataka. Good morning, sir, and thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, your initial reaction on the caste census that is going on in Karnataka, and what the Republic TV has accessed the CCTV footage, and what we are witnessing is BBMP workers putting these stickers outside the houses without collecting information, and also assaulting the residents of Bengaluru.
This is a bogus survey being carried out. First of all, the state doesn't have the power to carry out a caste census. At most, they can conduct an economic or socio-economic survey. In that garb, they are doing this exercise to ensure that the actual beneficiaries here, whoever that SC/ST people belong to the community, are not getting the justice they deserve, because of this shoddy mechanism of this survey, what they're doing. In fact, if you point out, and like Republic of Canada also had done an investigation into it and found out that most households in Bangalore are not covered. And if you look at the CM statement on that, it's even more shocking, saying that they can enroll online. How does the state government know who's enrolling online and outside which houses you are pasting? It is being given on a single basis contract to temporary workers to say, go affix the stickers outside every house. I can tell you from my personal experience, nobody has come to our house, but we prominently, there's a sticker displayed outside saying the survey has been carried out. This indicates that Congress is not at all serious about this particular survey or census to be carried out. They are doing it only as an eyewash. They have never stood up for the poor, marginalized, SC/ST, and OBCs. Congress has never stood for them. For them, only the Gandhi Parivar comes. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Robert Vadra, Priyanka Vadra. If they are happy, Congress party is happy. They do not want any pro-people policies or surveys to be undertaken. This is the harsh reality of Congress.
All right, sir.
State of affairs in Karnataka, but people have given a mandate to Congress, and this is what they're up to.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. So we can see the workers, VVMP workers, there on CCTV footage, skipping households, and BJP calling it a sham, a comedy of errors. All right, let's move on in the bulletin. Now we have breaking news coming in. The Pakistan Hockey Federation has made its participation in the event conditional on government's approval. Rana Mujahid, the Secretary General of the Pakistan Hockey Federation, had previously stated that they would only play the Asia Cup in India if the government granted permission. So Pakistan Hockey has at the moment put the India tour on hold. Let's get an update from my colleague Soumya, who's joining us live from the national capital. Soumya, what updates are you getting in? Because the centre has granted permission for the Pakistani team to travel to India. The MEA has, given a go-ahead. But what are you hearing from the Pakistani side? Apparently, they have put the onus on the government there.
Well, Aishwarya, see here in this case, the last decision whether the Pakistani team will be travelling to India and play the game rests in the hands of the Sports Ministry. Now, as far as the Pakistan Hockey Federation coming to India, from their side, it is kept conditional. Sources within the Pakistan Hockey Federation have gone on to say that their participation in the event is conditional and it is subject to approval from the government. So at the moment there is no clarity whether they will be getting the permission from the Pakistan government itself to travel all the way to India. Even the sources within the Pakistan Hockey Federation went on to quote the Secretary General of Hockey Federation there in Pakistan, Rana Mujahid, saying that it depends on the confirmation from the government whether they will be travelling to India to participate in the game as well. And as far as on the other hand, our Indian Hockey Federation is concerned, they have no statement at the moment to be issued because they have to say that they are also waiting for an approval from the Sports Ministry. And upon asked whether by what time will there be an update if the Pakistani hockey team will be travelling to India or not, there's no specific update with the Hockey Federation here in India as well. So these are the developments that we are picking up at the moment with regards to this story.
All right, Soumya, thank you so much for those details there. So still unclear, there's no clarity really on the participation of Pakistani team travelling to India for the Asia Cup. Remember, this is a qualifying tournament for the World Cup in 2026. We'll continue to keep track of that story. Let's move on in the bulletin now. Talking about Prime Minister Modi's five-nation visit, and the Prime Minister received a grand welcome in Trinidad and Tobago. He interacted with the Indian diaspora and also praised their cultural and economical contribution in Trinidad. Here's the full story.
Second leg of Prime Minister Modi's five-nation visit begins as Prime Minister Modi landed in Trinidad and Tobago. Prime Minister Modi was received by his counterpart Kamala Prasad Besesar at the Piarco International Airport, where he was accorded a ceremonial welcome and a guard of honor. Prime Minister Modi interacted with the Indian diaspora in Trinidad and Tobago, hailed Trinidad's Prime Minister Kamala Prasad's Indian roots.
Friends, I know that the journey of the Indian community in Trinidad and Tobago is about courage. The circumstances your ancestors faced would have broken even the strongest spirits, but they faced hardships with hope. They met problems with persistence. They left the Ganga and Yamuna behind, but carried the Ramayana in their hearts. They were not just migrants, they were messengers of a timeless civilization. Their contributions have benefited this country culturally, economically, and spiritually.
Viewers, we have breaking news coming in on the Tamil Nadu custodial death. An audio for the complainant Nikita, who said that Ajit had taken away the gold jewellery to the DSP, has now been submitted to the judiciary for probe. The judicial magistrate is now asking for the police to find where Nikita is, as she went missing. In the meanwhile, the autopsy report reveals 44 external injuries on Ajit's body. So the Tamil Nadu custodial death case, more details emerging in the case. Sharda, my colleague, is now joining us live from Chennai for more details. Sharda, what details are emerging? Because we understand that the audio of the complainant has now been accessed and it is being submitted. And this lady who had complained, who had accused of her gold being stolen, that ultimately led to the death of Ajit in the case. What details do you have about that?
No, Aishwarya, what has happened is the DMK took time to react on this particular death, following which a judicial probe was ordered. And then only then it was given information that the person who had given the complaint was missing. And only when the magistrate yesterday tried to take up the case from the police station, they found that the person had already involved in multiple other cases of cheating and that she is now missing. So while accessing to these cases, the magistrate has now found audio notes and voice records of the calls of the DSP, the SP, and the inspectors that were all involved in this custodial death of Ajit Kumar. So it has now come to evidence that the Nikita who gave the complaint is from Thirumangalam and that she's been missing for a while now. In the last 4 days, she has not spoken to the police and she's also not seen anywhere else. And now the magistrate is asking for her to appear in before the court and to also check with the police if the complaint that she gave was actually true in the first place or not.
All right, Sharda, thank you so much. You keep tracking those developments, really questions being asked about the custodial death in Tamil Nadu. We'll keep tracking that story for you. Let's move on in the bulletin. India's D Gukesh has stunned world number 1 Magnus Carlsen once again, and this time in the Grand Chess to a Super United Rapid. Here is how the 19-year-old chess prodigy claimed the lead.
In a stunning victory, India's D Gukesh has shocked the chess world once again, defeating world number 1 Magnus Carlsen in the round of 6 of the Grand Chess Tour Super United Rapid. Gukesh, playing with the black pieces, seized a winning position and held his ground, pushing the game to a decisive victory, handing Carlsen a rare and convincing defeat. The win caps off an incredible performance for the 19-year-old, who now leads the tournament with 10 points from 12. This victory not only boosts Gukesh's position but also strengthens his reputation as one of the brightest young talents in global chess. Day 2 of the tournament concludes with Gukesh standing as the sole leader, leaving behind a trail of stunned spectators. Gukesh is unstoppable and continues his meteoric rise, stunning the chess world with his back-to-back victories against Magnus Carlsen.
Time to take a break. We'll get all the updates and all the details on 19-year-old chess prodigy D Gukesh stunning world number 1 Magnus Carlsen, beating him in the Grand Chess to a Super United Rapid. Also, the big story that we are tracking, astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla is going to interact with the school students and the ISRO scientists today at 3 p.m. from aboard the ISS in space. All the details on those big stories and much more is lined up after a short break. Stay with us.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet, or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know well in advance what they are up to. These kind of intelligence gathering activities were on earlier also, but they were not very organized on military scale. You see, earlier we had some satellites which ISRO had launched. We had cartograph series of satellites. We had research.
Pakistan puts Hockey Asia Cup on hold, awaits Islamabad's nod despite India's clearance. India and US are close to signing a trade deal in the next 24 hours. Negotiations underway. National Herald hearing is set to resume today in a Delhi court. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi have been named in the charge sheet along with the two other firms. Autopsy report of Ajit Kumar reveals torture and 44 external injuries. Probe widens in the Tamil Nadu custodial death case. Karnataka caste census sham exposed. Footage shows BBMP workers skipping households. India snubs China on succession plan of the Dalai Lama. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju says only the Dalai Lama will decide his successor. Sources say that Royal Navy F-35 stuck in Kerala for the last 19 days, likely to be transported back to UK in C-17 transport aircraft. Viewers, we have breaking news coming in. India has strongly objected to China's assertion that Beijing must approve the next reincarnation of the Dalai Lama, stating that only the Tibetan spiritual leader has the authority to decide on his successor. Union Minister for Minority Affairs Kiren Rijiju in an official statement said, and I quote him now, the Dalai Lama holds a deeply significant position not only for the Tibetans but also for millions of his followers around the world. The decision regarding his successor lies solely with the Dalai Lama, quote unquote. So India snubbing China on the Dalai Lama's succession plans. Remember, China had insisted that any successor of the Dalai Lama must be approved by Beijing. However, India has asserted that only the Dalai Lama can decide on his successor. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Marathi language row erupts. Minister issues a tough warning. Maharashtra minister says if anyone disrespects Marathi language, then they will face the law. He says, and I quote him now, Maharashtra, you have to speak Marathi. If you don't know Marathi, your attitude shouldn't be that you won't speak Marathi. So language row erupting in Maharashtra, as one of the Maharashtra ministers says that while you are in Maharashtra, you have to speak Marathi, and if you don't know the language, then your attitude should not be that you cannot and won't speak Marathi. He says that violence is wrong, but Marathi is non-negotiating factor. So Minister has issued a warning, and he has said that if you do not comply with this, then you have to face the law. Satya Prakash, our colleague, is now joining us for more on that story. Satya Prakash, just give us details on what exactly has this person has said, and what is he speaking from his personal capacity, or are his views endorsed by his party as well?
देखिए, बीजेपी नेता और महाराष्ट्र के मंत्री नीतीश राणे ने साफ तौर से कहा, जिस तरह से मीरा रोड में एक दुकानदार को मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने मराठी ना बोलने के बाद पिटाई किया, उसके बाद कहीं के पूरे महाराष्ट्र में राजनीति गर्म है और सभी लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह से मराठी नहीं आने पर उस दुकानदार की पिटाई किया है, इसके बाद महाराष्ट्र के मंत्री नीतीश राणे ने साफ तौर से कहा कि हिंदुओं को टारगेट किया जा रहा है। अगर इतना ही शक्ति है कार्यकर्ताओं में, तो नल बाजार, भिंडी बाजार और जो उनके नेता के पास आकर बड़े कई ऐसे अब नेता आते हैं जो जिनको मराठी नहीं आता, उनको क्यों नहीं टारगेट किया जाता? तो कहीं न कहीं हिंदुओं को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं द्वारा हिंदुओं को टारगेट किया जा, जो कि महाराष्ट्र सरकार अब सहन नहीं करेगी। जो भी लोग अटैक किए हैं उनको छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। पुलिस ने मामला दर्ज कर लिया है और जल्द ही उनको गिरफ्तार किया जाएगा। ये महाराष्ट्र के मंत्री नीतीश राणे का कहना था। क्योंकि जिस तरह से एक दुकानदार को पिटाई किया है मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने, और सिर्फ यही एक ही वजह था कि मराठी नहीं आ रहा था, जिसकी वजह से मनसे कई कार्यकर्ताओं ने इकट्ठा होकर मारा है। जी।
All right, thank you so much for those details there, Satya. Remember these developments coming in even as Maharashtra earlier cancelled the 3-language policy. Let's move on in the bulletin, and we have more breaking news coming in. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's aide has admitted that his country's military had only 30 to 45 seconds to determine whether a BrahMos cruise missile fired by India during Operation Sindoor could have a nuclear warhead. Now, Rana Sananullah, who is a close aide to Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, has revealed that Pakistan's military had just about 30 to 45 seconds to determine whether the BrahMos missile launched by India carried a nuclear warhead. And now let's listen in to Rana Sananullah. What exactly did he say?
नाम क्या था उनके मिसाइल का? हरमूस मिसाइल। जब उन्होंने वो फायर किया और जो आके यहाँ पे नूर खान एयर बेस के ऊपर आगे लगा, तो पाकिस्तान की क़यादत के पास सिर्फ 30 या 45 सेकंड थे। ये यानी एक्नॉलेज या इसको एनालाइज करने में कि ये जो हरमूस मिसाइल आ रहा है, इसके साथ कोई यानी जो है वो एटमी मवाद तो नहीं है, और उन 30 सेकंड में ये फ़ैसला करना कि नहीं है और ये फ़ैसला करना कि है, ये आप देख लें कि ये कितना जो है वो ख़तरनाक बात थी। चले, मैं ये नहीं कहता कि चलो उन्होंने अच्छा किया कि मवाद नहीं था, लेकिन चले अगर इस तरफ जो है वो गलतफहमी हो जाती कि जी ऐसा ही है और इधर से फिर कोई जो है वो एक्शन हो जाता, या इसी सूरत में वहाँ से एक्शन हो जाता, तो पूरी दुनिया जो है वो एटमी जंग में जो है वो चली जाती और जो तबाही होती उसका आप अंदाज़ा नहीं कर सकते।
And news from Jammu and Kashmir now. Operation in Kishtwar's Chhatru area enter day 3 as security forces have intensified their search for terrorists who've been trapped in the bowl of Kuchal. Here is the latest on the ongoing encounter.
Day 3 of the ongoing encounter in Kishtwar's Chhatru area continues, with security forces intensifying their operations to flush out terrorists believed to be trapped in the bowl of Kuchal. The encounter, which began on July 2nd, has seen a series of gunfire clashes between security forces and terrorists, with multiple search operations being carried out in the dense forested area. According to sources, a group of terrorists is still believed to be cornered, and forces are using advanced techniques to locate and neutralize them. Despite difficult terrain and adverse weather conditions, the operation remains high priority, with security forces committed to neutralize the terror threat. Local authorities have urged civilians to stay clear of the area as the operation is expected to continue through the day.
And viewers, we have breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where mourners on Muharram have waved Palestinian flags during the 8th Muharram procession in Srinagar. The mourners also carried a portrait of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and the procession commenced from Guru Bazar, passing through Jahangir Chowk as well as Lal Chowk, and it will conclude at the Dal Gate. So Muharram marches in Kashmir, where mourners are waving the Palestinian flag, showing their support to Palestine. Let's get all the updates. Zeenat, my colleague, is now joining us live for more details. Zeenat, what more can you tell us about these processions that have turned into a procession of solidarity with Palestine in Jammu and Kashmir?
See, we have been seeing this procession starting around 6 in the morning, and it has crossed various junctures, because this is the old city of the downtown Srinagar where the procession was allowed. This is the third consecutive year where the LG administration is allowing the Muharram processions, and today in the procession the Palestinian flags were seen, and they were these Azadas, those who were the part of the processions, they were waving these flags and also expressing the solidarity with the people of Gaza. Meanwhile, the portraits of Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was also witnessed, and this is more like to show the solidarity with what is happening in Iran as well as in Palestine. Although the J&K police is maintaining that the procession is going incident-free, and the procession is also being monitored. Before 3 years before, there had been a complete ban on the procession since 1980s when insurgency hit Kashmir Valley, but for the last 3 years LG administration allowed the procession because of the improvement in the situation and also the development in the political scenario on the ground. The procession was carried from the Guru Bazar, and now it has reached to Dal Gate, Srinagar, where the processions is taking place. The people are participating in the huge number. Most of them are in black attires, waving the flags, also chanting elegies honoring the martyrdom of Imam Hussain alayhi salam, the grandson of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So the procession will continue as per its 8th of Muharram, will continue for the whole day. The government has already given the route plan to them, but what was witnessed again today, because last year on this very day the same flags were also witnessed in multiple junctures, multiple routes that these azadars completed while being the part of the procession. This is the 8th Muharram, and we are seeing together on the one side we are seeing the Amarnath Yatra taking place from the Baltal as well as from Dunwan base camp, and on the another side we are seeing the administration also facilitating the 8th Muharram in the Kashmir Valley.
All right, thank you so much for those details. There, you keep tracking those developments in Jammu and Kashmir. We'll keep coming back to you. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in on the Chennai custodial death case. There is an update after judicial probe. The autopsy report says that there are deep muscle-level contusions, brain and organ hemorrhaging, as well as injuries of various lengths and directions across the body. Now, these injuries are consistent with the repeated targeted physical assault using objects like sticks, batons or rods. An extensive brain trauma was also found, and separate injuries documented across the scalp, torso, limbs and internal organs that were there where multiple with multiple dark red linear contusions as well seen on the body. And this is the post-mortem report by the Madurai Medical College, which mentions that he was brought dead on 28th of June at 11:15 p.m. The report also mentions that 44 external injuries were present on his body. Let's get all the updates. Sharda, my colleague, is now joining us live from Chennai for more details. Sharda, now clearly that post-mortem report, that autopsy report clearly pointing out there's those deep wounds on his body that are consistent with the theory that, he's been tortured in the case. And these are the questions that really police would be hard to answer.
Well, earlier the postmortem report said that 18 external injuries were on Ajit's body. Now, it chooses 44 internal injuries have also been caused by the police. While the autopsy report was submitted today to the judicial magistrate, it says that the death was caused because of the brain hemorrhage, and the magistrate has now asked for a deeper investigation in this to make sure if Ajit actually died in the temple premises when he was beaten up, or was he actually brought to the hospital and on his way to the hospital is when he died after following epileptic shock, is what the judicial court is now trying to find out. We've seen the autopsy report in detail explaining the number of external injuries that are in his body, even showing pipes that was about 28 centimeter long, leaving marks on his body in red, rays in color, and also 3 burnt cigarette marks were also found on his body. But however, this injury seems to be old and not caused recently, is what the autopsy report now states. The magistrate court has now taken up the case, and the second hearing would be heard on the July 8th. Following the arrest of these 5 police officials, the next step would be taken after the judicial probe is conducted.
Or also, Sharda, just take us through where the investigation is headed at the moment, because of course the state government has ordered a judicial inquiry, but the opposition parties are demanding the more scrutiny into the case. They have AIADMK has also moved the Madras High Court, but the complainant in the case, the lady who initially went to the police station claiming that her gold jewelry had been stolen, she is still missing. So where is the investigation headed right now?
Well, it was after yesterday that the judicial probe began with Ajit's brother Naveen. It has come to notice that the person who gave the complaint, Nikita, hails from a different district and has been missing following Ajit's demise under the police custody. So following the police custodial death, the police have not tracked down Nikita yet, and that's why the AIADMK had taken it forward. The lawyer has submitted a petition asking them to find Nikita, because they also found reports stating that the person who gave the complaint, Nikita, has also had female forgery reports on her from earlier. And back in 2011, she had also cheated 2 people out of money, and that's the reason that the AIDMK is now probing into this and asking the police to find out who the original complainant is and if actually the jewelry was actually stolen or not, and that the investigation to go on whether if Nikita had actually kept the jewelry in the car and whether it was a false complaint against Ajit which led to his death in the custodial.
All right, thank you for those details. You keep tracking those developments there. We'll keep coming back to you for all the updates on the Tamil Nadu custodial death. And viewers, we have breaking news coming in. A BJP functionary was brutally hacked to death by a gang near Sanarpati in Tamil Nadu's Dindigul district. Now this victim, identified as a 39-year-old Balakrishnan from Rajakapati, was reportedly speaking with his friends at around 6 p.m. when he was suddenly surrounded by a group of men on motorbikes. Now these assailants were armed with weapons and they attacked Balakrishnan in full public view. And shocked bystanders immediately alerted the police, but before the police officials could arrive, the gang had already inflicted severe injuries and later fled the scene, leaving the victim covered in blood. And later he succumbed to his injuries and he has been hacked to death. Let's get more updates on the case. Let's go back to Sharda. Sharda, what details are emerging as to what really happened in this case? The BJP leader was hacked to death in Tamil Nadu. What is the police saying at the moment?
Well, this incident happened in Dindukal district, which is in the south of Tamil Nadu. He was previously the secretary of the party of that particular district 4 years back. Yesterday, on Thursday, he was talking to his friends outside a tea shop where a gang of 4 unknown men surrounded him and killed him. He was attacked by an unknown group. And following which, an immediate complaint was given to the police, who rushed to the spot and also found him died on this spot. The postmortem is now underway, following which the autopsy report will know how he was killed. And the investigation is now going. Both the SP and the DSP have taken up the case of the district and is also figuring out who these assailants were, because there's no CCTV footage of the death that was captured. So they are trying to find out who are these 4 unknown men.
All right. Thank you for those details there. Thank you, Sharda. And let's move on. We have breaking news coming in. BJP has taken out a protest march in Health Minister Veena George's house. This is in connection with the death of a woman in Kottayam Medical College. So these are visuals from Bengaluru, where protest marches are taking place. The BJP workers are standing outside the residence of the health minister. And shouting slogans there. The road has been blocked. All right, these visuals are actually from Kerala. So Kerala Health Minister Veena George is facing a political heat. That protest taking place in Kerala. And so the BJP has taken out protest march outside Health Minister Veena George's house. This is in connection with the death of a woman in Kottayam Medical College. And the protesters pointed out that had the 2 ministers, Veena George and also the State Cooperation Minister, V.N. Vasavan, acted diligently, the precious life of a 56-year-old homemaker, Bindu, who was trapped under the debris following a 3-storied building collapse at the Kottayam Medical College Hospital earlier on Thursday, could have been saved. And both the ministers who reached the spot after hearing about the collapse of the building after going around it categorically stated that barring 2 people who suffered minor injuries, there was no other casualty. They were repeatedly saying that this building was a closed one and no one needed to go there. Let's get all the updates. My colleague Ashwin is joining us from Thiruvananthapuram. Ashwin, now Veena George, the health minister, facing political heat there, that protest taking place. Give us more updates. What is the BJP demanding now?
Well, the BJP is demanding the resignation of the health minister Veena George after this unfortunate in the Kottayam Medical College collapse. There has been several statements that came after the collapse that happened. The minister tried to deviate the entire issue by stating that this particular building was not in use, and that led to the rescue attempt of this to delay by almost 1.5 hours. So there has been severe protest of the BJP. Woman who died inside the building.
All right, there seems to be a technical glitch there in the audio that we are getting from our reporter, but these are the live visuals that we are getting from outside Veena George's residence, and BJP the workers there protesting. holding her responsible for the death of a woman where a part of the building of the medical college collapsed and a woman died under the debris, and they are demanding the resignation of the health minister. Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, Karnataka caste census sham exposed. Footage shows BBMP workers skipping houses. Also coming up ahead, sources say that Royal Navy F-35 stuck in Kerala for the last 19 days is likely to be transported back to the UK in a C-17 Globemaster aircraft. All the details coming up ahead. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. Yes,
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out.
This is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe.
In a shocking incident coming to light, CCTV cameras have captured an act of arson in a quiet Bengaluru neighborhood. A man identified as Subramani is seen lacing the main door, window, and even a footwear stand with petrol before setting the home on fire. Inside the house, Venkatramani and her brother-in-law, Mohan Das, were unaware of the looming danger. Thankfully, alert neighbors spotted the flames and rushed to douse the fire, averting what could have been a deadly tragedy. The motive? A long-standing financial dispute over a 5 lakh rupee loan taken nearly 8 years ago by a relative Parvati for her daughter's wedding. Repeated demands for repayment allegedly led to threats and this violent escalation. Police have filed an FIR at Viveknagar police station naming Subramani, Parvati and Mahalakshmi. The case is now being investigated under charges of attempted murder and criminal conspiracy.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet, or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know well in advance what they are up to. These kind of intelligence gathering activities were on earlier also, but they were not very organized on military scale. You see, earlier we had some satellites which ISRO had launched. We had cartograph series of satellites. We had reset set of satellites which were rather, radar imaging satellites. The resolution was not very good, and we had GSAT, we had INSAT, but their orbiting time was very long.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. Yes,
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajure. Over the next half an hour, we'll tell you about the second leg of Prime Minister's 5-nation tour. This and much more. First up, as always, the headlines. Pakistan puts the Hockey Asia Cup on hold, awaits Islamabad not despite India's clearance. India and United States are close to sealing a trade deal in the next 24 hours. Negotiations are currently underway. National Herald hearing is all set to resume today in the Delhi court. Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have been named in the charge sheet along with 2 firms. Autopsy report of Ajit Kumar in Tamil Nadu reveals torture and 44 external injuries. Probe widens in Tamil Nadu custodial death case. Karnataka caste census sham exposed footage shows BBMP workers skipping houses for this caste survey. India snubs China on succession plan of Dalai Lama. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju says only Dalai Lama will decide his successor. Sources have said that Royal Navy F-35 stuck in Kerala for the last 19 days will likely be transported back to the United Kingdom. It was meant to be a celebration, but RCB's victory party ended in a stampede last month. 11 people lost their life in Bangalore. But a month later, no compensation to the families. RCB, remember, had promised 10 lakh per family. Cricket Association, that is KCSA, that is the Karnataka Cricket Association, they had promised 5 lakh, but neither has paid a rupee to them. And now their silence is speaking louder than words. Families are awaiting the compensation that both the RCB and the Cricket Association in Karnataka had promised. Together 15 lakh compensation to the family members. RCB had promised, remember, 5 lakh rupees to the families, and the Cricket Association had promised 10 lakh rupees. But now the families are saying that it's been 1 month. 1 month later, no compensation whatsoever that has been given to the family members. And it was meant to be a celebration, as we told you, but it ended in tragedy. Remember, last month in Karnataka, during, in fact, the RCB victory celebration, we saw the visuals of the stampede there. Let me now go across to Harish Kumar M. Shetty, who's the uncle of one of the stampede victims, Chinmay Shetty. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Sir, I want to ask you, 15 lakh in total was promised to the families of the victim. Nothing has been given so far. Have you spoken to the team members of the Cricket Association or RCB for that matter, and what are they telling you?
Yeah, thank you, Republic. In fact, after about some 3 weeks before the interview with Arnab, Karnataka government is pressurized to rethink the compensation amount to 25 lakhs. But afterwards, it is being promised that our RCB and the KSA both have announced a compensation of 10 lakhs and 5 lakhs each. But unfortunately, as of now, nothing has come out positively from their side. But more than the compensation, our demand is the case has to be handed out to the CBI. But nobody is telling anything about the CBI. You see, already the precious 11 lives have lost. I don't understand. See, about some time back, about some 5-6 months back, when an wild elephant attacked someone at Kerala, Karnataka government has given a compensation of 25 lakhs. But in this case, they are keeping mum. That is point number 2. Why? They have simply punished the poor police force. The policemen are suspended and transferred without any fault of theirs. Now it is clearly indicated that it is totally a mess and fault of the RCB, government and KSCA. But nobody is accountable for that. Sometime before, RCB officials have been arrested and now they are out on bail. I think the matter has gone. Now, this 11 people and 11 families, we strongly urge that, again, the compensation has to be reworked depending upon their age and their qualification and their family background. See, for my niece, Chinmay Shetty, she's 19-year-old, multi-talented girl, secondary engineering student. She should have been achieved the sky. Sky is the limit to her. And one more victim, one new young chartered accountant from Bangalore. She also lost her life and her families. And there are so many families young lives have lost when you can give lakhs of rupees compensation to others. And for these people also, our urge with the government to rework the compensation. And moreover that, this case has to be transferred to CBI. Then only the real justice given to the lost lives. That is why, that is what my submission and our submission.
Absolutely, sir. So compensation on one side, but on the other hand, you have raised a very important issue that there should be CBI investigation in this case.
Yeah, correct.
Do you think the probe so far has not been fair?
Nothing else. In fact, even the police has not taken the statements. You just leave alone. See, we are discussing about the police or CBI, but as of now, no statement has been recorded from the victims by the police. Why it is so? They are simply coming, they are simply urging the families, come here and sign some documents. How they can sign the documents without verifying? This is what is going on there.
Absolutely, sir.
And again, our urge is that this case has to be handed out to CBI. Then only the real victims, real culprits will come out, and the real justice shall be delivered to the victims.
Absolutely. So family members right there demanding CBI probe in this case and also demanding the compensation rightfully that was promised to them both by RCB and the Cricket Association. So many thanks for speaking to Republic TV, sir. Now, 250 illegal Bangladeshi nationals were sent to Dhaka from Vadodara Air Force Station through a special Air Force craft. And this action is part of the ongoing campaign against the infiltrators in the state. We are learning that more than 1,200 illegal immigrants have been arrested and sent back to their country in the last 2 months. Security was extremely tight at the airport as well, and all the migrants were kept in handcuffs to avoid any sort of untoward incident. The migrants were brought to the airport by vehicles and then boarded the Air Force plane. Campaign is going on across the state. Gujarat Police and other agencies have launched a campaign against illegal Bangladeshi in many cities, including Ahmedabad, Surat, Vadodara, Rajkot. And this initiative is being considered as the biggest action taken by Gujarat Police so far. So this is as far as the deportation of 250 illegal Bangladeshis from Gujarat. And remember, this crackdown is not just in the state of Gujarat. It is also happening in the national capital. Major crackdown in Gujarat, and 250 illegal Bangladeshis have been deported so far. As you can see in the visuals, those are the people that have been in fact, they boarded this aircraft and they were sent back to Bangladesh. Let me go across to my colleague Gopi, who joins us live from the newsroom. Gopi, tell us about this specific case, because we are seeing crackdown not just in Gujarat but also across the country and especially in the national capital as well. But in this specific case, we have the visuals of the deportees there. 250 illegal Bangladeshis have been deported so far. Give us context about how they were in fact circled by the police and how they were nabbed.
Well, in fact, Akanksha, if you look at the history of finding Bangladeshi illegal immigrants in that very space of Gujarat, you can see that, there were statements given by the Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi as well just a few days back that the process is underway. And not just Vadodara, let's tell our viewers that all the illegal immigrants from the whole of Gujarat, which includes a smaller town like Nadiad as well, wherein Bangladesh were deported from there. Well, in fact, the entire process of checking their Aadhaar cards as well as other ID cards was underway since past 3 months, and over 1,200 Bangladeshi immigrants have been caught from Gujarat. Now, as you've correctly mentioned, that the crackdown is underway in the national capital as well. But let's understand that the first flight which went yesterday from the Vadodara airport, it was a special aircraft which carried in fact 250 Bangladeshi immigrants from Vadodara airport to Dhaka. Back to you.
Absolutely, and also explain the visuals to us, because we can see these deportees are in fact circled around. There's a rope and we are also hearing that they have been handcuffed when they were taken on this flight. Tell us about these visuals that Republic TV has accessed.
Well, yes, Akanksha, as you can see, visuals speak for itself that, they have handcuffs. In fact, there was a rope all around the 225 illegal immigrants who were brought to the airport. And as you can also see, there are visuals that they were brought in a special tempo car, and that particular truck went towards the airport, and from where they were taken to this special aircraft, which was the Indian Air Force aircraft, and then they were taken inside. After checking, they were double checking their identities, and then they were taken to that particular aircraft and finally to Dhaka. Back to you.
Absolutely. So big crackdown on illegal Bangladeshi. Thank you so much, Gopi, for all the details. Keep tracking that detail. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus, India's D Gukesh has stunned Magnus Carlsen once again, and this time in the Grand Chess Tour Super United Rapid. Here's how the 19-year-old chess prodigy claimed the lead. Watch this.
In a stunning victory, India's D Gukesh has shocked the chess world once again, defeating world number 1 Magnus Carlsen in the round of 6 of the Grand Chess Tour Super United Rapid. Gukesh, playing with the black pieces, seized a winning position and held his ground, pushing the game to a decisive victory, handing Carlsen a rare and convincing defeat. The win caps off an incredible performance for the 19-year-old, who now leads the tournament with 10 points from 12. This victory not only boosts Gukesh's position but also strengthens his reputation as one of the brightest young talents in global chess. Day 2 of the tournament concludes with Gukesh standing as the sole leader, leaving behind a trail of stunned spectators. Gukesh is unstoppable and continues his meteoric rise, stunning the chess world with his back-to-back victories against Magnus Carlsen.
And now let's get you details on the caste census exercise that is currently underway in the state of Karnataka. Republic TV has exposed the absolute charm that is this caste census. CCTV footage shows that BBMP workers skipping houses for this survey. Footage shows that workers pasting pamphlets and stickers of survey completed on the walls and skipping houses for the survey. Census staff completes a survey of 4 houses in just under 10 seconds. And this is in fact, the shocking visuals that you can see on the screen without even speaking to the residents of these 4 houses. This BBMP worker just goes on to paste survey completed pamphlet there on the doors of the people. What we're learning is that 100 crore will be spent on this caste survey. So many are questioning whether this is a waste of money, because without even speaking to people, these workers are just pasting survey completed on their doors. So as you can see on the screen, on the right side of your screen, that is one of the workers of BBMP, just without speaking to the residents, without knocking on their door, he just comes to this floor, takes out this pamphlet of survey completed and pastes it on there, and just leaves 4 houses in just under 10 seconds. Let me go across to my colleague Abhishek, who's been tracking this story very closely. Abhishek, in just under 10 seconds, 4 houses without even speaking to the residents. Is this a fake caste survey that is being done? Because 100 crore will be spent on this. So this clearly seems to be a waste of money.
Well, look, Akanksha, it is very clear that the government wanted to complete the caste census survey within a stipulated time, and this is the way they are actually making sure to believe. They are probably trying to make people believe that the caste census survey has been conducted in the most scientific way, whereas we have evidently shown the video which also clearly shows that BBMP staff who has pasted a poster in front of 4 houses in the span of 10 seconds. So if this is the way the government wanted to conduct the survey in the budget of 100 crores, what is the use of conducting the survey is what the people of Karnataka and also the opposition parties in Karnataka are demanding the government now. And also, on the other hand, we have seen that BBMP has extended its survey duration because of they are unable to comply with whatever rules the BBMP or the government which had previously mentioned them. On the contrary note, we should also see that out of 34 lakh houses in Bengaluru, only 20 lakh survey has been completed, and the quality of survey is such that these people from the BBMP visit to the houses, don't talk to the residents, don't even converse with them, don't even take the phone numbers or any other data. They make sure that the poster is pasted only on the doors and the walls, after which they take a picture on their mobiles just to showcase the senior officers that they have completed the task that they have given. And the poster very clearly mentions that the survey has been conducted after taking into consideration the information given out by the...
appears to be a fake caste survey. Abhishek, stay on with us. We have more breaking news coming in, and these are the shocking visuals that we will be getting for you. BBMP workers were seen assaulting residents over the scheduled caste survey query in Bangalore. BBMP workers were seen affixing a sticker on a house without even collecting the information from the homeowner regarding the survey. When the resident questioned the worker about this, the worker supervisor assaulted this homeowner. As we've been telling you about how this fake car survey has been done, there on the screen you can see that is the scuffle between the worker and one of the residents. When this worker went to the house and without even speaking to him, tried to paste survey completed on his door, and the resident of that house objected to it. He started assaulting the homeowner, and there you can see the visuals of that scuffle there on the screen, how he pushes the homeowner right there. Fake car survey that is going on in the state of Karnataka, and Republic has completely exposed this. Let me come across to you, Abhishek, once more. This is completely shocking because when the homeowner objected to this, he was assaulted. Is this how they're going to behave with the people?
Yeah, well, Akanksha, the right of citizen is to question if something according to the rule hasn't been compiled. On the other note, we will have to see that the BBMP staff who had visited the house had made sure that the poster was pasted even without talking to the resident or the owner of the house or the tenant of the house. The poster very clearly mentions that the information has been considered, taken, received, and after which there will be a QR code which is placed on the poster stating that if at all there is any other additional information that has to be shared, that is when a user can or a resident can use that. When the resident himself was in the house, who wanted to talk to the BBMP staff to mention about the caste, when the BBMP staff didn't even have a conversation with him, this is when the resident had a conversation, tried to strike a conversation with the BBMP official or the staff, and he questioned the whereabouts and the movement of the BBMP staff as to why his actions did like this. And after that, we clearly see that the BBMP staff tried to assault on the first hand. On later note, the BBMP staff assaulted the resident for questioning the way of the style of working of the BBMP staff. This is only one such incident what we have shown you, and there are many such incidents where the BBMP staff have tried to manhandle and also start a quarrel with the residents who have questioned them. So the government indirectly pressurizing the BBMP staff. This has turned into BBMP staff manhandling the residents who are questioning the quality of the work, Akanksha.
Absolutely. It remains to be seen whether the ruling Congress party will speak on this or will they remain silent on this as well. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now let's get you top stories of the day in under 1 minute. Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. A track which is located 1 kilometer ahead of Gaurikund has been damaged due to a landslide. As a result of the damaged track, the Kedarnath Dham Yatra has been suspended for now. The information has been confirmed by the Rudraprayag police. The Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami, has completed 4 years in this position, and on this occasion he stated that the people had a long-standing expectation from the land law. He stated that it's been implemented. He also went on to say that there was progress made in relation to anti-riot law, anti-conversion law to stop the religious conversion in the state. The accused in the Calcutta gang rape case were brought to the South Calcutta Law College for a recreation of the crime scene. After reconstruction, the accused were taken to the police station. Now let's take you to the state of Tamil Nadu. We have breaking news coming in as far as the custodial torture case is concerned. An audio of the complainant Nikita, who said that Ajit Kumar had taken away the gold jewellery to the DSP, has now been submitted to the judiciary for probe. The judicial magistrate is now asking the police to find where Nikita is, as she has gone missing. Meanwhile, the autopsy report has come to the fore, and shockingly it has revealed 44 external injuries on Ajit's body. body. Very shocking details coming to the fore as far as the injuries are concerned. There on the screen, you can see that is the video of Ajit Kumar, a temple worker being beaten with the stick, being dragged and taken out from the lockup area. After this incident, he lost his life, and now this case is being probed by the Central Bureau of Investigation. And meanwhile, the politics has started over this matter. Remember, BJP has been demanding answers from the Chief Minister, and AIADMK has also been speaking up. Listen into the reactions.
The report confirms our allegation that it is a custodial murder, not a custodial death. Cigarette burns on his body, and 44 places. There is not even one organ which is left untouched by this brutality. Such an inhuman and barbaric act. And who gave the permission to the police force to use this kind of excessive torture and power? We live in a nation where a terrorist, Yaqub Memon, is being fed with biryani in jails. But a police station and police force in Tamil Nadu take the law into their own hands on a common man whose complaint is...
Let me go across to my colleague Shada, who joins us live the broadcast with me. More details. Shada, tell us about this autopsy report that has come to the fore, because shockingly it goes on to show 44 external injuries. Give us more details about this report.
Well, while the previous postmortem report said there's been 18 external injuries, now 44 internal injuries were given in the autopsy report. That also states that he had a brain hemorrhage, and he had also they were saying that he had been beaten with sticks that is 28 centimeter long. He'd also had sticks being beaten with the same place where he got hurt once again. And there were also marks on his stomach and lungs because of the beatings that were given to his head, which were pointed towards his head. So this has caused his brain hemorrhage and his heart to stop beating, and he fell unconscious inside the temple premises while the police brutally attacked him. The autopsy report also states that there were 3 cigarette burn marks on Ajit Kumar, and though the injury seems old, it was done a day before when he was taken to the police station and was inquired for the theft. Now, with the judicial probe into it, it has come to notice that the person who gave the complaint, Nikita, has been missing. And there were also previous complaints against Nikita on cheating cases, but as of now, the police is yet to find where she is. And also, the judiciary has asked the police to investigate and figure out if the complaint that was given is actually true or not.
Absolutely. So shocking, in fact, autopsy report that has come to the fore. Keep tracking those details, Sharda. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus, Prime Minister Narendra Modi received a grand welcome in Trinidad and Tobago. He interacted with Indian diaspora there and praised their cultural and economical contribution in the country. Here's a report.
Second leg of Prime Minister Modi's 5-nation visit begins as Prime Minister Modi landed in Trinidad and Tobago. Prime Minister Modi was received by his counterpart Kamala Prasad Besesar at the Piarco International Airport, where he was accorded a ceremonial welcome and a guard of honor. Prime Minister Modi interacted with the Indian diaspora in Trinidad and Tobago, hailed Trinidad's Prime Minister Kamala Prasad's Indian roots.
Friends, I know that the journey of the Indian community in Trinidad and Tobago is about courage. The circumstances your ancestors faced would have broken even the strongest spirits. But they faced hardships with hope. They met problems with persistence. They left the Ganga and Yamuna behind, but carried the Ramayana in their hearts. They were not just migrants. They were messengers of a timeless civilization. Their contributions have benefited this country culturally, economically, and spiritually.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, India and US inch closer to inking a trade deal. Next 24 hours are very crucial. And also, National Herald case hearing will be resuming today. Enforcement Directorate names Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi along with 2 other firms in the charge sheet. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet or even in depth in China.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. Yes,
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out.
Pakistan puts Hockey Asia Cup on hold, awaits Islamabad's nods despite India's clearance. India and United States close to sealing a trade deal in the next 24 hours. Negotiations are currently underway. National Herald case hearing is all set to resume today in the Delhi court. Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have been named in the charge sheet. Autopsy report of Ajit Kumar reveals torture and 44 external injuries. Probe widens in the Tamil Nadu custodial death case. Karnataka caste census sham has been exposed by Republic TV. Footage shows BBMP workers skipping houses. India snubs China on succession plan of Dalai Lama. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju says that Dalai Lama will only decide his successor. And sources say that Royal Navy F-35 stuck in Kerala right now. for the last 19 days, in fact, is likely to be transported back to the United Kingdom in a C-17 transport aircraft. Marathi language row has erupted even more. We have breaking news coming in. Minister has issued a tough warning. Maharashtra Minister says that if anyone disrespects Marathi language, then they will face the law. He also says, and I quote, that Maharashtra, you have to speak Marathi. If you do not speak Marathi, your attitude shouldn't be that you will not speak Marathi. If anyone disrespects Marathi in Maharashtra, we will enforce our laws. Those who beat up, he's referring to the shop owners, should not take the law into their own hands. They should have filed a complaint against a concerned person. Action would have been taken in this case. Let me go across to my colleague Satya Prakash, in fact, who's joined by a leader. Satya Prakash, this language row has erupted even more. Can you speak to the leader there and seek his opinion on this?
देखिए, हमारे साथ शिवसेना नेता संजय निरुपम जी हैं। निरुपम जी, जिस तरह से मराठी भाषा के नाम से हिंदी भाषी लोगों को मारा जा रहा है, क्या देखते हैं आने वाले बीएमसी चुनाव को देखते हुए इस तरह से किया जा रहा है?
ये सब कुछ एक चुनावी ड्रामा है, पॉलिटिकल ड्रामा है। महानगर पालिका चुनाव को ध्यान में रख के मराठी वोटों को मोबिलाइज करने के लिए, मराठी लोगों की भावनाओं को भड़काने के लिए सब हरकत की जा रही है। चुनाव के दरमियान अपना प्रचार करना गलत बात नहीं है, लेकिन प्रचार के नाम पर लोगों पर हमला करना, हिंसा शुरू करना, गाली गलौज करना, लोगों को धमकी देना, यह सरासर गलत है। मीरा रोड में जो हुआ वो एकदम निंदनीय और निषेध करने वाली बात है। मैं मानता हूं कि महाराष्ट्र में जो लोग रहते हैं उनको मराठी में संवाद करना चाहिए, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र की मातृभाषा है मराठी। लेकिन बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको मराठी भाषा नहीं आती, उनसे आप ज्यादा से ज्यादा आग्रह कर सकते हैं कि आप भी सीखिए मराठी। लेकिन अगर कोई मराठी में बात नहीं करता है तो इसके लिए उसको थप्पड़ मारना, उसको धमकी देना, यह गुंडागर्दी है। मनसे वाले इस प्रकार की गुंडागर्दी अपनी स्थापना के समय से चला रहे हैं, और यही नतीजा है कि जो 10-12% का इनका वोट था महाराष्ट्र की पॉलिटिक्स में, वो घटते घटते आज 2% हो गया। महानगर पालिका चुनाव तक इस प्रकार की हरकतें अगर करते रहें तो चुनाव के बाद इनका वोट घट के 0.2% हो जाएगा। क्यों? क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में बड़े पैमाने पर मराठी भाषी के लोग ऐसे हैं जो हृदय के बहुत बड़े हैं, बड़े उदार लोग हैं। वो उनकी अपेक्षा होती है कि मराठी संस्कृति का मान सम्मान होना चाहिए, मराठी परंपरा का मान सम्मान होना चाहिए, मराठी भाषा का मान सम्मान होना चाहिए। लेकिन इसके लिए मारामारी करना, किसी को थप्पड़ मारना, हिंसा करना, वो उन्हें मंजूर नहीं है। यही वजह है कि राज ठाकरे की पूरी पार्टी लगातार गर्त में चली जा रही है। अब रह गई बात उद्धव ठाकरे की, तो उनसे मेरा प्रश्न है, बाला साहब तो कभी हिंदी विरोधी नहीं थे, वो तो हिंदी को एक राष्ट्रीय भावना का प्रतीक मानते थे। और उसका सबसे बड़ा सबूत यह है कि जब हमारी सरकार भी नहीं आई थी पहली बार, तब उन्होंने 1993 में मुझे बुला करके हिंदी सामना शुरू किया, हिंदी भाषा में अपना अखबार शुरू करवाया, मुझे संपादक बनाया, मुझे कार्यकारी संपादक बनाया, और 12 वर्षों तक मैं उनके अंडर काम करता रहा। यही नहीं, प्रत्येक हर हफ्ते उनके यहां से मेरे पास फोन आया करता था थापा का कि साहब ने आज रात को 10 बजे के बाद बुलाया। 10 बजे के बाद साहब की सारी मीटिंग वूटिंग हो जाती थी, और उसके बाद जैसे मैं पहुंचता था अपने स्टाफ को बोलते मेरी डायरी लाओ, और डायरी में बहुत सारे हिंदी शब्द लिखे होते थे जो पूरे एक हफ्ते में उनको उनके संवाद के दरमियान या टेलीविजन शोज के दरमियान, न्यूज़ के देखने के दरमियान जो शब्द सुनते थे वो नोट कर लेते थे, जिनका अर्थ उनको नहीं मालूम तो वो अर्थ मुझसे पूछते थे। उनके मन में हिंदी के प्रति इतना प्रेम था। और आज उद्धव ठाकरे की पार्टी हो या राज ठाकरे की पार्टी, ये दोनों क्लेम करते हैं कि ये बाला साहब के विचारों का अनुसरण करते हुए पार्टी चला रहे हैं। तो बाला साहब तो हिंदी विरोधी नहीं थे, फिर आप हिंदी के विरोध में वर्ली के डोम में इतनी बड़ी रैली क्यों कर रहे हैं? आपको शर्म नहीं आती? हिंदी भाषा के विरोध में आप रैली कर रहे हैं, जिस भाषा से बाला साहब प्रेम करते थे, प्यार करते थे, जिस भाषा के प्रचार प्रसार में भी उनका विश्वास था, जिस भाषा का अखबार उन्होंने शुरू किया, मेरे जैसे व्यक्ति को, हिंदी भाषी को, उन्हें राज्यसभा में भेजा। तो ऐसे बाला साहब का अपमान है, ये बाला साहब के विचारों का अपमान है। और मैं मान सकता हूं उद्धव ठाकरे को कि उन्होंने तो लगातार बाला साहब ने जो भी विचारधारा पकड़ी थी उसके खिलाफ जाकर के वो कांग्रेस से हाथ मिलाते हैं, बाद में हिंदुत्व को छोड़ देते हैं। लेकिन राज ठाकरे भी अब उसी लाइन पे चले गए हैं। ये दोनों भाइयों की जो रैली है और दोनों भाइयों ने जो नई राजनीति शुरू की है, ये अपनी खोई जमीन को बचाने के लिए, उनकी राजनीति खत्म हो रही है उनको लोगों ने, महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने रिजेक्ट कर दिया है। तो अब नए सिरे से कैसे नया वोट बैंक तैयार किया जाए, उसके लिए सारा ड्रामा, सारा तमाशा चल रहा है, और ये सब महानगर पालिका चुनाव को सामने रख करके।
लेकिन उत्तर भारतीयों को टारगेट करना
नहीं, उत्तर भारतीय हो या दक्षिण भारतीय हो या मारवाड़ी समाज हो या गुजराती समाज हो, मुंबई एक ऐसा मेल्टिंग पॉट है जिसमें हर वर्ग के लोग रहते हैं और सब लोगों ने अपना अपना योगदान दिया है मुंबई को बनाने में, मुंबई को सजाने और संवारने में। तो आप किसी भी वर्ग के ऊपर भाषा के नाम पे या किसी भी नाम पर इस प्रकार से हमला करते हैं, यह सरासर गलत है। सवाल सिर्फ उत्तर भारतीय वोटों का नहीं है, सवाल फिर दक्षिण भारतीय वोटों का, मारवाड़ी गुजराती वोटों का नहीं है, सवाल लोगों की अपनी प्रतिष्ठा से जुड़ा हुआ है। एक ह्यूमन डिग्निटी होती है साहब। भारत के संविधान ने सबको इज्जत के साथ, प्रतिष्ठा के साथ जीने का अधिकार दिया है। और जब आप किसी दुकानदार के पास जाते हैं और उससे किसी विषय पर बहस करके जब उसको थप्पड़ मारते हैं, तो उसकी पूरी डिग्निटी को आप चैलेंज कर रहे हैं, और इस डिग्निटी को पुनर्स्थापित करने की जिम्मेदारी हमारी बनती है, सरकार की बनती है। इसलिए आज मैं मीरा रोड जा रहा हूं, इसलिए मैंने सरकार से डिमांड की है कि आप सख्त कार्रवाई करिए। और यह कार्रवाई सिर्फ इस केस के लिए नहीं, आने वाले दिनों में महानगर पालिका चुनाव तक इस प्रकार की कई घटनाएं हो सकती हैं। पूरे एमएमआर रीजन में जो कमजोर और गरीब लोग रहते हैं, उन लोगों को सताने, उन लोगों को प्रताड़ित करने, उनका वीडियो बनाकर रिलीज करने, ये सारी घटनाएं घटेंगी। इसलिए आप पहली घटना पे इतनी सख्त कार्रवाई करिए ताकि आने वाले अक्टूबर नवंबर तक इस प्रकार की घटनाएं न घटें। नवंबर के बाद ये सब बंद हो जाएगा कि नवंबर से चुनाव है, चुनाव तक ये सब तमाशा चलेगा।
नीतीश राणे ने कहा कि अगर इतना दम है तो जाके नल बाजार में जाइए, भिंडी बाजार में जाइए, वहां तो कोई मराठी बोलता नहीं, वहां टारगेट
यही नहीं बहुत
हिंदुओं को टारगेट किया जाए।
सही बात कही है उन्होंने कि अगर यहाँ पर बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर लोग रहते हैं, मुस्लिम लोग बड़े पैमाने पर लोग रहते हैं जो हिंदी में बात करते हैं, आप अपनी भाषा उर्दू में बात करते हैं, लेकिन वो मराठी बात नहीं करते। आपकी हिम्मत है क्या? आप उस गरीब जोधपुर स्वीट के मालिक को तो थप्पड़ मार के आ गए, आपकी हिम्मत है क्या कि आप नल बाजार जा सकें, आप डोंगरी जा सकें, आप भाईखला जा सकें, आप भिंडी बाजार जा सकें? आपकी हिम्मत है क्या? यही नहीं, आगे का सवाल यह है कि आप अदानी अंबानी से मिलते हैं, जो बड़े बड़े लोग हैं, क्या इनसे आप मराठी में बात करते हैं? क्या आपसे वो मराठी में बात करते हैं? जब वो आपसे हिंदी में बात करते हैं तो क्या आपकी हिम्मत है कि उनके ऊपर थप्पड़ चला सके? तो आप सिर्फ गरीब को टारगेट करते हैं, गरीब को सताते हैं। बड़े बड़े मारवाड़ी जो गुजराती बिल्डर हैं, उन लोगों के साथ आपका धंधा पानी चल रहा है। महानगर पालिका के जो बड़े बड़े कॉन्ट्रैक्टर हैं, सारे के सारे कॉन्ट्रैक्टर नॉन महाराष्ट्रियन हैं, और उनके साथ मातोश्री का जो रिश्ता है, लेन देन है, वो सबको मालूम है। क्या वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर इनसे मराठी में बात करते हैं? उद्धव ठाकरे जो मराठी आज कह रहे हैं, जब वो महानगर पालिका पर उनकी सत्ता थी 2022 तक, पूरा कंट्रोल करते थे मुंबई महानगर पालिका के माध्यम से पूरी मुंबई पर नियंत्रण रखते थे, तब उनके राज में, उस दौर में 131 से ज्यादा मराठी स्कूल बंद हो गए मुंबई में। मराठी स्कूलों में जो पढ़ने वाले बच्चों की संख्या थी वो 40% कम हो गई। तब तो आपको चिंता नहीं हुई मराठी भाषा की और मराठी लोगों की। जिन नॉन मराठी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर जो हैं, जिनके साथ आपकी रिश्वतखोरी चलती है, वो तो सारे के उनके साथ तो रिश्ता रखने में आपको कोई तकलीफ नहीं हुई। तो मराठी लोगों को आगे लाना है, मराठी भाषा का सम्मान होना चाहिए, मराठी संस्कृति का सम्मान, ये महज दिखावा है, ये महज पॉलिटिकल स्टंट है। इसके नाम पर नैरेटिव बना करके मुंबई के और महाराष्ट्र के मराठी भाषी के लोगों की भावनाओं भड़काने के अलावा और कोई भी इनका उद्देश्य नहीं है। एक बार चुनाव हो जाएंगे, उद्देश्य खत्म हो जाएंगे, लेकिन तब तक सरकार को सचेत रहना पड़ेगा, तब तक सरकार को सख्ती से पेश आना पड़ेगा। ये जितने गुंडागर्दी करने वाले बदमाश हैं, इनके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कानून लगा करके, सख्त से सख्त सेक्शन लगा करके इनको अंदर रखिए। हो सके तो चुनाव तक इनको बाहर मत आने दीजिए। अब जब तक इतनी सख्ती से पेश नहीं आएंगे, तब तक मुंबई के गैर मराठी भाषिक लोग अपने आप को सुरक्षित नहीं महसूस करेंगे। वरना महानगर पालिका चुनाव और जो स्थानीय निकाय के चुनाव होने वाले हैं पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, आने वाले दिनों में जब तक चुनाव नहीं होते, ऐसे गैर मराठी भाषी, अमराठी भाषी जो लोग हैं, जो गरीब लोग हैं, कमजोर लोग हैं, उनकी सुरक्षा खतरे में है। उनकी सुरक्षा की गारंटी देने की जिम्मेदारी हमारी बनती है, सरकार की बनती है।
दूसरा है कि राज ठाकरे से मिलते हैं, जावेद अख्तर मिलते हैं, आमिर खान मिलते हैं, तब तो नहीं पूछा जाता कि आपको मराठी आती है?
ये तो सबने देखा था। वो जो पूरा उनका एक प्रोग्राम था जिसमें जावेद अख्तर साहब गए थे। जावेद साहब मेरे बहुत अच्छे मित्र हैं और बहुत अच्छे लेखक हैं, बहुत अच्छे विद्वान आदमी हैं, और अच्छा किया उनको बुलाया। लेकिन वहीं पर राज ठाकरे बैठे हैं, पूरा मन से बैठा हुआ है, और जावेद अख्तर हिंदी में अपना भाषण देके निकल गए। तब तो उनको जाकर थप्पड़ नहीं मारा गया। ये महाराष्ट्र है, फर्क से मराठी बोलना चाहिए आपको। महाराष्ट्र में मराठी नहीं बोलोगे तो थप्पड़ मारूंगा। जावेद अख्तर को थप्पड़ मार के दिखाइए, तो आपको जावेद अख्तर चलेगा और वो जोधपुर सीट वाला नहीं चलेगा। ये जो दोगली भूमिका है, इस भूमिका का मैं निषेध करता हूं।
कल जिस तरह से दोनों भाई मिल रहे हैं एक साथ, कहीं कहीं बीएमसी को देखते हुए एक नया टारगेट।
बिल्कुल, मैं तो बता चुका हूं आपको कि ये कुछ नहीं है। सबसे पहले शर्मनाक यह है कि हिंदी के विरोध में ये लोग जमा हो रहे हैं। हिंदी एक राष्ट्रीय भावना का प्रतीक रखने वाली भाषा है। दूसरी बात यह है कि दोनों पार्टियों की जमीन खिसक चुकी है। अपनी जमीन बचाने के लिए तड़पते हुए, तरसते हुए दोनों भाई एक दूसरे के विरोधी होते हुए भी हाथ मिलाने के चक्कर में। और तीसरी बात यह है कि महज महानगरपालिका चुनाव को ध्यान में रखकर ज्यादा से ज्यादा मराठी वोट इनके पास आए, यह उद्देश्य लेकर के दोनों भाई जमा हो रहे हैं।
क्या उद्देश्य इनका पूरा होगा? क्या
मुझे नहीं लगता पूरा होगा, इसलिए कि इन दोनों पार्टियों को जो वोट मिलता है उसकी पहले सच्चाई को समझने की आवश्यकता है। राज ठाकरे को जो मराठी वोट मिलते हैं वो एंटी उद्धव ठाकरे वोट। जो कांग्रेस को वोट देने वाले मराठी वोट हैं, जो बीजेपी को वोट देने वाले मराठी वोट हैं, वो इनको नहीं मिलते हैं। उनको सिर्फ वो वोट मिलते हैं जो एंटी उद्धव ठाकरे वोट है। तो जैसे ही उद्धव ठाकरे से वो हाथ मिलाएंगे, जो एंटी उद्धव ठाकरे वोट है उन तक नहीं आएगा, ट्रांसफर नहीं होगा। बिल्कुल उसी तरह उद्धव ठाकरे को एंटी राज ठाकरे मराठी वोट मिलते हैं, जैसे वो राज ठाकरे से हाथ मिलाएंगे एंटी राज ठाकरे वोट उनको नहीं मिलेगा, वो कहीं और रास्ता तलाशेगा। तो दोनों को लगता है, क्योंकि राजनीति में क्या होता है, 2 + 2 4 होता नहीं है। ये जो दूर से लोगों को लगता है 2 भाई मिल जाते इनके पास 2 इनके पास 4 दोनों मिल जाएंगे तो 8% 6% हो जाएंगे, ऐसा होता नहीं है। एक बहुत ही जटिल किस्म का इक्वेशन होता है चुनावी राजनीति में, और उस जटिल इक्वेशन को इनको समझना पड़ेगा। तो जैसे कांग्रेस के साथ अलायंस करके उद्धव ठाकरे जी तबाह और बर्बाद हो गए, उसमें कांग्रेस भी बर्बाद हो गई। आज मैं पूरे देश को और तमाम कांग्रेसियों को याद दिलाना चाहूंगा कि जब 2019 में, उस समय मैं कांग्रेस में था, जब शिवसेना के साथ कांग्रेस पार्टी अलायंस कर रही थी, गठबंधन कर रही थी, तब मैं पहला और अकेला व्यक्ति था पूरे देश में जिसने कहा था कि शिवसेना के साथ गठबंधन मत करो, इससे शिवसेना भी नष्ट होगी, कांग्रेस भी नष्ट होगी। आज नतीजा सामने है, कांग्रेस 16 सीट पे है, उद्धव ठाकरे 20 सीट पे, शरद पवार 10 सीट पे। मैंने सुना कि एआईसीसी की 2-3 दिन पहले जो बैठक हुई थी, उस बैठक में कांग्रेस के लोगों ने स्वीकार किया कि उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ अलायंस करना एक गलत डिसीजन था, जिसकी वजह से कांग्रेस पार्टी का बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ। तो जो मैं 2019 में कह रहा था, आज 2025 में कांग्रेस पार्टी स्वीकार कर रही है, लेकिन तब पूरी पार्टी मेरे खिलाफ थी और मेरे खिलाफ एक षड्यंत्र रचा गया। मेरे खिलाफ मुझे एक दुश्मन और एक मतलब एक विद्रोही की भूमिका मेरी बता दी गई थी, और जिसकी वजह से आज मेरी सच्चाई को स्वीकार नहीं किया गया। आज नतीजा यह कि पार्टी खत्म हो गई। तो अब आने वाले दिनों में जैसे कांग्रेस और उद्धव ठाकरे अलायंस करके एक दूसरे को खत्म कर दिए, वैसे ये दोनों भी एक दूसरे से अलायंस करके खत्म कर दे।
एक आखिरी सवाल, आप उत्तर भारतीय के मुद्दे को उठाते रहते हैं, सरकार से क्या मांग करेंगे?
सरकार से यही मांग है कि इन घटनाओं को गंभीरतापूर्वक लीजिए, इन घटनाओं का एक तो संज्ञान लीजिए, इन्हें गंभीरतापूर्वक लीजिए, और बिल्कुल उसी तरीके से एक सख्त कदम उठाइए, इनके खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई करिए। ये जो हौसला बढ़ गया है कि कभी भी किसी भी दुकान में 4 लोग जाएंगे और एक अकेले दुकानदार के ऊपर थप्पड़ मार देंगे, ये कहीं ना कहीं ये हौसला उनका टूटना चाहिए। मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूं कि सरकार मराठी भाषा के प्रचार प्रसार के खिलाफ जाए। सरकार कैसे जा सकती है? सरकार ने तो महाराष्ट्र में मराठी भाषा को अभिजात भाषा का दर्जा दिलवाया। आज केंद्र सरकार ने मराठी भाषा को अभिजात भाषा का दर्जा दिया है। मराठी भाषा के प्रचार प्रसार के लिए धुआंधार कार्यक्रम चल रहे हैं हमारे। पूरी सरकार में बैठे लोग एक व्यक्ति।
Absolutely. So as you heard, that was Sanjay Nirupam saying that this is happening just ahead of the election, and MNS is in fact playing the vote bank politics. We have more reactions coming in from several leaders in Maharashtra. Listen in.
महाराष्ट्र में मराठी तो बोलनी ही पड़ेगी। अगर मराठी नहीं आती है तो आपका ये एटीट्यूड नहीं चलेगा कि हम मराठी बोलेंगे नहीं। हम कोशिश करेंगे, ऐसा वो बता सकते हैं, बोल सकते हैं। तो मेरे ख्याल से देखिए, हमें किसी और लैंग्वेज का अपमान हमें करना नहीं है, लेकिन मराठी में अगर कोई महाराष्ट्र में कोई मराठी को डिसरिस्पेक्ट करता है तो बिल्कुल वहाँ पे हमारे कायदा हम लागू करेंगे, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई करेंगे। जो भी है, जिन्होंने भी उनको मारपीट की है, बिल्कुल उनको एक ही संदेश देंगे कि कायदा आप हाथ में मत लीजिए। जो भी कंसर्न पर्सन की आप कंप्लेंट फाइल कीजिए, उसके अगेंस्ट कार्रवाई कीजिए।
कल जो मीरा रोड ने कुछ दिनों पहले जिन्होंने वो 6-7 लोगों ने जिन्होंने हाथ उठाया, उनको पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार कर चुकी है, कड़ी से कड़ी कलम लगा चुकी है, और उनके ऊपर जो एक्शन लेना है वो शुरू हो चुका है। आप इस बारे में बिल्कुल चिंता मत कीजिए। मैं उनको आश्वस्त करता हूं, ये सरकार
ये पूरी तरीके से उनके साथ में है। इनके स्टेज पे आने वाले जावेद अख्तर भी क्या बहुत शुद्ध मराठी बात करते हैं क्या? नल बाजार और मोहम्मद अली रोड में भी क्या मराठी बात करते हैं क्या? शुद्ध मराठी बात करते हैं क्या? है क्या इनको हिम्मत? जाके बोलो मदरसा में, जाके बोलो मस्जिदों में, क्या आप तुम्हारा आजान ये मराठी में ही होना चाहिए? है इतना हिम्मत? ये आगे आगे देखिए होता है क्या। आप थोड़ा विश्वास हमारे सरकार के ऊपर रखिए। कल 2 दिन से हम सभी एक्शन मोड पे चले गए। हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी हर चीज पे कड़ी नजर रखते हुए इनको करारा जवाब मिलेगा। इतना आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको बोल रहा हूं।
In fact, we have more breaking news coming in. In fact, PIL has been moved against Italian fashion house Prada that they should pay monetary compensation to the artisans for making Kolhapuri chappals. So, in fact, this PIL has been moved in the Bombay High Court against Prada, demanding that Prada should pay monetary compensation to the artisan making the Kolhapuri sandals. Italian luxury fashion label Prada has said that it acknowledges the Indian roots of its new footwear line day after the design sparked a major controversy in India. The row over Kolhapuri chappals has escalated with a public interest litigation that has now been filed in the Bombay High Court, demanding that the Italian fashion house Prada pay compensation to the artisans of this footwear. Now, joined by the petitioner, he says that Prada accepted that its collection is inspired by Indians. The acknowledgement only surfaced after the widespread backlash as far as this is concerned. Now let me go across to petitioner Ganesh Hingamire, who has filed this PIL in the Bombay High Court. Sir, tell us more about the demands that you've put forth. You have said that compensation should be given, apology should be made by Prada. Take us to your PIL.
Actually, this is a violation of the statutory right as well as constitutional right, basically. Statutory right granted by the Act from the geographical indication. Geographical indication is a community's intellectual property right. There is a provision in the section 22. If someone is duplicate or imitate the similar product which has already been granted as a GI status, you are entitled to take an actions against them. And particularly this is a community's right. So there are certain constitutional right also attached to that. Article 21 of the Indian Constitution particularly says about the right to life. Right to life includes the livelihood and further also the culture identity. So here it's not only the issue of violation, but it's also a dilution of the geographical indication as well as infringement of our culture. It's not happened for the first time, and several times it before happened and should not be happen. Is the aim behind such kind of an initiative where we would like to give the message to the rest of the world. There is a law, there is a constitution, and there is a provision in the India like you cannot take our culture, our heritage, our unique product as your product and should not show it's your product. So particularly we would like to mention on this through this initiative, like our product is unique, and fortunately they have accepted. They said they have inspired, but that does not mean only this is a kind of a lead to the acceptance. However, we want the thing to be on paper through law, because we have a law. We are a law-abiding country, and then they can give it an affidavit, or they should apologize before this kind of issue. Several issues happened, like a bindi, our kumkum, or our symbol. Like we have system, we have what we can say tradition of bindi, kumkum. But some foreigners came here, and this celebrity, he said that is a beauty mark, and it became a beauty mark. So what happened? What will happen to our next generation? They will follow. They'll say this is a beauty mark, but this is a bindi, this is a kumkum, and there is a there is a background, there is a history, there is a culture which may not be known to the next generation. So we wanted, and we already fought such kind of cases with respect to the biodiversity. For an example, turmeric case, we fought there in US. Someone took the credit, and then we fought that. We got back our turmeric patent and everything. So here thereafter, particularly traditional knowledge digital library was introduced. So we want something to be the message to the international, particularly community, that okay, India is strong enough. India, there is a community, and community rights are protected by particular law called geographical indication, and India also protect the culture through such kind of a laws. And this is and no one can easily take our product, our culture, our heritage, or our unique product. Those are our identity, and as well as what we can say a symbol of cultures. That's the message what we wanted to convey. And no one should happen, nothing should be happen on such kind of unique product in futures for our India.
Absolutely. Without consent or credit, they just cannot take away the product. But this is as far as the entire controversy over the Prada chappals are concerned. But sir, I want to ask you, since you handle the intellectual properties case, are the GI tag, the laws are taken in a very unserious way by these international brands? Without any consent or credit, how can they take it? Because GI tag was given to Prada sandals in 2019. So take us through that.
GI tag is given to artisans. Basically, there are two registered proprietors, one from Maharashtra, one from Karnataka. So basically, that registered proprietor means the organization who files an application for the GI and they receive the GI. So this time we have a very strong case. Previously, even there was a violation for the unique product, but we didn't have some kind of a registration. Even we had a registration, we didn't take a proper actions. And then what we have a message like, okay, mayors in India particularly, they assume that India is lagging behind of violence of bad people, but it's not like the silence of good people. So we'll have to come out with the thought.
Absolutely,
okay,
sir.
we are not also
despite
silent.
getting the GI tag, those laws are not taken so seriously by these international brands, and that is very shameful. In fact, thank you so much for the details on this, and thanks so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now, shifting our focus to the state of Tamil Nadu, not just in Maharashtra, but state of Tamil Nadu is also witnessing the language row. We have breaking news coming in. In fact, the Stalin Minister E.V. Velu has brought up the language war once again. Speaking at the DMK rally, he brought up the funds allocation to the language Sanskrit that got over 2,500 crore in the budget. And for Tamil, the central government allocated only 150 crore rupees. And this is what this Tamil Nadu minister has said, further igniting the language war. He insisted that Tamil language allows people to communicate to each other, while Sanskrit does not allow people to communicate, but only used for doing puja at the temple. In fact, this is a big statement that has come in from this Tamil Nadu minister. Let me go across to my colleague Sarda. Sarda, not just in Maharashtra, as we were telling our viewers, but in Tamil Nadu also, the language war continues. Now, this Tamil Nadu minister says that Sanskrit is of no use because it is only done to, to do puja, while their own language, Tamil, it allows people to communicate amongst each other. What are the other parties? How are they reacting to this?
No, Aishwarya, the language war is not new in the state of Tamil Nadu. It's been there for a very long time, and we've also seen multiple times that the DMK government under MK Stalin has taken up this issue, and have also pointed out how the centre has been denying funds for the state of Tamil Nadu. And following the NEP and the third language in the state of Tamil Nadu, the DMK has continued to state that they'll take only Tamil and English is two-language policy, and they will not take any other third language because they consider the third language to be an imposition of Hindi. Now, Minister E.V. Velu, speaking at one of the DMK rallies yesterday evening as they've started the campaign for 2026 elections, their main motto is to make sure that the people of Tamil Nadu get to know that this is what the DMK is trying to do, saying that the centre is imposing Hindi and that's what the DMK is fighting, and that's what he's been alleging. And following which he said that the recent funds being given by the Centre for Sanskrit Language of 2,250 crores, while Tamil got only 150 crores, he's been saying that while the funds have not been given to the states for education policy, they are not giving the funds for the language. He tried to state that if you can promote Sanskrit for so much, which is only a language that is used to do pujas in temples. But Tamil is an old language where Tamil can be used to communicate with people. The center is not trying to build it up, and he's also bringing in a fight in that he says the center is now focusing on Sanskrit, and that the love for the Tamil that they have is all just in papers.
Absolutely. So the language war continues in the state of Tamil Nadu. Thank you so much, Sarda, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now let's, in fact, before we get you more, let's go to a short break. We'll be right back with more news and updates. Stay with us. After this very short break, we'll tell you about India and US inching closer to inking a trade deal, and also about the National Herald case and the hearing that will go on today. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet, or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we will
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. Just
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's 1 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. We are tracking a lot of big stories for you in this edition. India has backed Dalai Lama and has snubbed China on the succession plans. We'll get you this and a lot more. But first, as always, a quick check of the headlines. Pakistan puts Hockey Asia Cup on hold, awaits Islamabad's nod despite India's clearance. India-US close to sealing a trade deal in the next 24 hours, negotiations underway. National Herald hearing is set to resume today in Delhi court. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi have been named in the charge sheet along with two firms. Autopsy report of Ajit Kumar reveals torture and 44 external injuries. Probe widens in Tamil Nadu custodial death case. Karnataka caste census sham exposed. Footage shows BBMP workers skipping houses. India snubs China on succession plans of Dalai Lama. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju says only Dalai Lama will decide his successor. Sources say that Royal Navy F-35 stuck in Kerala for the last 19 days, likely to be transported back to UK in a C-17 transport aircraft. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a breaking news coming in. China-Pak census during Operation Sindoor has now come out. Remember, viewers, we are tracking what hand could China would have had with Pakistan in the dastardly Pahalgam attack, and now the China-Pak nexus during the Operation Sindoor has come out. Ladies and gentlemen, at an event, New Age Military Technologies organized by the FICCI, Deputy Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Rahul R. Singh has stated, and I quote, "Air defense and how it panned out during the entire operation was important. This time, our population centers were not quite addressed, but next time, we need to be prepared for that." He's also said that we had one border and two adversaries.
This time, thankfully, our population centers were not quite addressed. In the next round, we have to be prepared for that. And for that, more and more air defense, more and more counter rocket, artillery, drone sort of a system has to be prepared, for which we have to move very, very fast. So few lessons that I thought I must flag as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. Firstly, one border, two adversaries. So we saw Pakistan one side, but adversaries were two, and if I would say actually four or three actually. So Pakistan was the front face. We had China providing all possible support, and it's no surprise because if you were to look at statistics, in the last 5 years, 81% of the military hardware that Pakistan is getting is all Chinese, 81% of that. So it's no surprise. And China, of course, the good old dictum, killed by a borrowed knife. 36 stratagems that China talks about, killed by a borrowed knife. So he would rather use the neighbor to cause pain than getting involved in the mud slinging match on the northern border. So that is what he's seen. And another thing that China perhaps has seen is that he's able to test his weapons against, say, various other weapon systems that are there. It's like a live lab which is available to. So it's a good. That is what is something we have to be very, very cognizant about. Again, Turkey also played a very important role in providing the type of support that was there. Bayraktar, of course, he's been giving from before. We saw numerous other drones also coming in, landing in the face of war, during the war, along with trained sort of individuals who were there. The next important lesson is the importance of C4ISR and civil military fusion. There is a lot to be done as far as this domain is concerned. When the DGMO level talks were going on, Pakistan actually was mentioning that we know that your such and such important sort of vector is primed and it is ready for action. I would request you to perhaps, pull it back. So he was getting live inputs as far as from China. So that is one place we really need to move fast and take appropriate action. I talked about electronic warfare, and need for robust air defense system is something, again, our population centers also need to be protected. Of course, as far as the other, we do not have the luxury like, we would have been seeing the way Israel, they have the Iron Dome and a number of other air defense features that they have. We do not have a luxury because our country is vast. So, and such things cost a lot of money. So we need to again look.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's cut straight across to Akanksha, who joins me live in this bulletin. Akanksha, that was Lieutenant General Rahul R. Singh making some really strong claims. He has put it out there that a China nexus in the whole Operation Sindoor has now come out. He has also, in fact, said that there were 3 parties involved. Akanksha, give us more updates.
Well, absolutely. This is a statement that has come from Deputy Chief of Army Staff. In fact, he has drawn a China, Pakistan and Turkey nexus. He has said that there was one border and 2 adversaries. He's spoken about Pakistan being the direct challenger. China, he said, was working from the back end and was providing all the possible support in terms of intelligence and military hardware. And the third one, he mentioned Turkey was involved in providing tactical support to Pakistan. He went on to say that 81% of Pakistan military hardware is now Chinese, indicating deepening defense ties between the 2 neighbors. So, in fact, India, they're drawing the nexus between the China, Pakistan and Turkey.
Well, absolutely, Akanksha. Thank you for getting us those updates. Moving on to another breaking story that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. Let me go across to Major Samar Paltur, who is live with us. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Sir, how do you see this statement? Because now a nexus has been drawn between Pakistan, China and Turkey. All right, let me go across to Shravan. Sir, how do you see this? Because now a nexus has been drawn between 3 countries, Pakistan, China and also Turkey by India post-Operation Sindoor.
Well, in fact, this happens to be one of the biggest exposures that has now been made by the Indian Army. This is with regards to the nexus that we are looking between China, Pakistan and Turkey. The biggest takeaway from what the Deputy Chief of Army Staff had to say, one was the fact that China provided the information to Pakistan, which essentially means there was information that was leaked to Pakistan, enabling Pakistan to basically respond. Secondly is with regards to the role that Turkey essentially played. This is for the first time since the Operation Sindoor actually began. We are essentially looking at an official confirmation of how these 3 countries came together. that is the reason why Indian Army essentially saying that we were not facing one adversary. We were basically facing three adversaries, beginning with Pakistan, of course with China and Turkey now coming along. There are other important facets that basically comes across from the speech that was delivered by the Deputy Chief of Army Staff. The very fact that the Chinese missiles were actually used by the Pakistanis. In fact, there is an admission that has been made by the federal minister in Pakistan stating that these missiles that were provided by the Chinese did not even achieve the goals that the objectives that they had to begin with. The missiles that were fired, they were misfired, is what the Pakistanis had to say. As far as Turkey is concerned, remember, Turkey had provided the Pakistanis with the drones that were essentially used. If you remember, soon after Operation Sindoor, when a swarm of drones actually came in, particularly along the line of control, what we essentially saw was that these were Turkish drones, armed drones that were actually used by the Pakistanis to target civilian areas in India. And that is the reason why India has made its position very clear. The very fact that Turkey has collaborated with the Pakistanis, that is the reason why there has been a huge umbrage over this entire issue. And the fact here is that this is perhaps the first biggest confirmation coming in from the army.
Absolutely. Now, also, let me go across to Major General Samar Partul. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. India has exposed this nexus between China, Pakistan and also Turkey. How do you look at the statement coming in from the Deputy Chief of Army Staff?
Well, you see, we had the intelligence inputs that since 2021, the Pakistan Air Force, its officers and airmen were already training at the Baker company plant, and they were basically training on the Akinci drone. Akinci is an unmanned combat aerial vehicle, which has a variety of 18 different type of payload bombs that it can dispatch with a range of 7,500 kilometers deep strike capability, and it can fly at an altitude of 25,000 feet. So you see, we were well aware that yes, Pakistan had constantly been sending its Air Force personnel for the training since 2021, but the issue is that why did we not foresee this coming? I mean, we had to be proactive. That is where probably we lagged in terms of our forecasting and strategic advanced planning in terms of these. But you see, having the intelligence, we had our radar and tracking systems and jammers in place. So yes, we knew Turkey was involved, actively involved in supplying drones. There's a company called Songar. The Songar drones were also there, which have small arms attached to it. So they were also used. And moreover, the Chinese played a major role in helping the Pakistanis because, you see, recently China has launched a 10G network. So after it has launched the 10G network, this was the first time where the satellites had a very wide area of coverage for the motorized drones of the Wing Lung company, which is situated in China. So you see, this has been an eye-opener for the Indian forces. It is not that we were caught by surprise. We were also prepared because of the air defensive systems that we had in place. So we were also prepared, but now we have fast-tracked the kamikaze drones and loitering munition systems in the forces. So that is going to give us an upper edge in the coming few months, and with the precision strike capability. So you see, warfare has definitely changed since the Azerbaijan-Armenia war, and it is going to keep evolving. But however, China remains a big concern because of its technological advancement and the availability of rare earth metals and electronic chips that it has in possession with it. It's going to be a little constraint for India, but we are heading in the right direction. And I think right now we are steady and focused as to what is the real-time requirement by the forces. Akansha.
KK Sinha, if I can also take this question to you. This is the first big official confirmation coming in from the Indian Army. The very fact that India essentially witnessed not one, but multiple adversaries, the fact that the Chinese played a role. In fact, you've had the Deputy Army Chief essentially indicating that information was actually leaked by the Chinese to the Pakistanis. What repercussions does this really have on our bilateral level talks that we are having with the Chinese?
Good afternoon and Jai Hind, Sran. What you are asking that officially the first time, it has come to that light that the, Chinese were helping, the Pakistani in all respect, which has come from the deputy chief, not less than that, the highest position of Indian Army. Of course, it is known to the whole group, globally it's known that the Pakistan was being held by China and they were standing strongly with them. See, their 80% weapons and equipment and, especially their communication system, satellite system, that is, everything is, they had the support of the China, which is known to everyone. But when it comes officially, it becomes, very, very strong message. And especially when we are actually, China want to reset with you. It started in last, year in October 2024 when they wanted to reset after, what they did it in Galwan. After that, the Xi Jinping has written a letter that the elephant and the dragon can tango to our president. So India was, trying to adjust the Chinese concern that they want to, have